All right. Hey, Internet. Allow me to just say, hey, my name is Todd. I'm going to be the Dungeon Master, Game Master for some Shadowrun, 5th edition Shadowrun. Although I've heard 6th may be getting fixed, so I'm not against apparently kicking my desk, but also 6th. I love me the 5. So welcome back. I just want to start today's game. Obviously, I'm wearing orange for today's big day. I'm Canadian, so I'm living in Canada. Little full disclosure, in case you can't tell by the visuals, white dude right here. But it's important day for lots of people here in Canada, and especially for the relationship between Indigenous and non-Indigenous Canadians and people who lived here traditionally. So I do want a big shout out for that, and thanks to all those who are making big progress and working hard, and definitely shout out to all of those people who are learning big lessons today, and those who are potentially reopening old difficult times. And so take care of yourself and take care of each other out there, okay? Quick other shout out is I personally, we stream from all over the country and even out of it, but I do want to acknowledge that I am currently beaming to you live from the traditional lands of the Mississaugas of the Credit, also Anishinaabe land and Haudenosaunee and Huron-Wendat. It's a meeting ground around here, so it's and those peoples were traditionally here and still are. So thank you very much, and all the best as we journey forward towards reconciliation. Big day. All right, that was big, and also super shout out to Shadowrun for being like way out in front of all that. But anyway, we're gonna play some Shadowrun tonight. 5th Ed. So, first things first, let's meet the people around the table. So, hey people around the table, how you doing? We are on. Feel like I caught a bunch of people mid-bite.
Like a bunch of salmon upstream.
Doing all right. Haven't played Shadowrun in a while.
Nice. Yeah. Thanks for joining us tonight. We had a real fun Shadowrun a couple weeks ago, and I'm excited to be going back into the shadows, and also getting some new and old faces here. So let's go around the horn, and people can introduce themselves and their characters and stuff. Hey, thank you for the follow. Suck Noon 24. Thanks very much for joining the stream. All right, so we're gonna just go around the horn, introduce ourselves and our characters, do any shoutouts for life that we need to do, and then we're gonna dive in. So let's start, I guess, at the top, other side, with the other DM that we've been hearing from lately with our Shadowrun game. Thanks, Darcy. Take it away.
You're the one doing the Shadowrun game.
Oh, sorry, Dungeons and Dragons. I know words.
I'm running D&D right now, and thanks for doing this every other week thing. It's a lot less pressure, and I like that. Hi, I'm Darcy. You can find me at twitch.tv/DarcyBits. I'm planning on bringing a new character today, which is why you'll see me with my head down a lot, because I'm filling out a character sheet. But it's a very weird concept, so if it doesn't work, I got like 3 backup characters I can use, so it's no big deal. I'll be planning on playing Eidolon. They are a sort of astral detective, is how I've been pitching them to myself. Nice. I think they do like undocumented, like solo astral investigation work, but they also do Shadowruns because they're in the sort of when those things cross over, they are there, and they prefer to not really just never get out of bed. So you're probably not going to actually see them in person, and we'll see if that is functional. We're going to do this as a trial run. Can you make a purely astral character or astral projecting character in Shadowrun and make it work? And if the answer is no, that's fine. I'll just sit this one out. It's cool.
You're just going to be head down figuring that stuff out. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Sorry,
yeah.
How do you spell that name?
Like the word Eidolon?
Well, let's pretend for a second that I just pretend that I don't know that.
That would be Eidolon. At least that's the way I spell it. And for the record, he, him pronouns, and he is an elf.
Awesome.
Which I rarely play elves because elves suck.
Well, tonight might be the night, my friend. You could get
I was
out
like, you know
from-
what? Gotta do it at least once. Gotta do it
I-
at least once. So we're doing it.
I'd do anything once. All right, cool. And I will get the name on there in just a few minutes. But let's keep going around the horn. Right above me there, returning to the shadows. Little shadow to Steve. Take it away.
No, thank you. So coming back with His Excellency the Sasquatch, as usual. His Excellency the Sasquatch, for those of you who don't remember, has been in Seattle ever since he was teleported there from some other universe, maybe the same universe in a different time. We don't know. He exists in the D&D world, but through a series of events, showed up in Seattle. So he is a physical adept, dual-natured Sasquatch. Tends to not understand all there is to understand about the modern world, but he's getting there. Tries to have a sense of humor. It's usually blunt. But yeah, that's
Just
him.
like the forced trauma.
Pretty much.
Yeah, and you're
And
play.
always
It's a
throwing
Sasquatch
objects.
smasher. Pretty much. Awesome, and it's always good to play with you. So thanks for jumping back in the table, man. All right, let's take it over to Gordon over here, and also don't forget to do a shout out for your other stuff you got going on.
Gordon playing Kiamar. Second time playing Shadowrun in quite some time. Basically also having a character that originated from the realms of Dungeons and Dragons, and has even in that campaign traveled through realms, and now finds himself in a weird, modern, interesting place, and he's acclimated a little bit, but still not savvy with modern technology. He is a physical adept as well, due to his background as a monk and fighter, and he's currently, besides acclimating, trying to find a way home.
Nice. And yeah, don't worry about the hardcore Shadowrun people who are like, that's not. It's okay. They shared an Uber. That's how they got here.
Oh yeah.
All right. Oh no, all my camera stuff will be all messed up now that we're moving around, but that's all right. We're gonna continue on around the horn, with, I guess we'll jump over to Yowfin.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, I am Yowfin. I am playing a rigger / decker, former human, now Changling, who comes across as almost dragon-like minus the wings. I've got the tail, I've got the satyr-style legs, dragon-like skin, scales from the surge and whatnot, and ex-military, kind of dropped off in Seattle. He actually originates from the very weird part of my brain, so we'll see how this turns out.
Awesome. And of course, he's built for stealth missions and covert ops, right? Like he just blends in with the crowd.
Sure, yeah. Totally blends in with the crowd. No neon signs coming off of him whatsoever. The AR is completely fine around him. Nothing that really completely stands out. The Doberman drone that walks next to him armed with an AK-97, completely indiscriminate.
Honestly, you're just camouflage for your drone. That's what that is. Oh, hey, Uncanny Tree saying hi from beyond. You're still welcome to join us if you want to jump in. There's at least one square here. I feel like it's Hollywood Squares up in this place right now. All right, let's
I
keep...
wanted to be center square.
I'm center square. At least for now.
Oh, you were the host. You're supposed to be asking the question.
Yeah. And Sarah Febrile, good to see you again. And everybody else who's joining us. Don't forget that you are welcome to make suggestions in my game. Spend some plot points. We got lots out there. And you can also make sounds during our game as well. So if you want, you can feel free to say stuff on here. There you go. You actually don't need to spend any money. You can just spend some channel points. So just watch and throw some sounds at us and join us in the game as well for some suggestions or comm messages to these people in random. Yeah. All right, let's keep going around before this devolves into total chaos. I got the idea from you, Uncanny Tree, and watching your stream, so thank you for that. All right, Donnie, you're joining us. Introduce yourself.
Hi, my name's Kat. I'm a human. weapons master. Don't really see me. I'm dressed in black. Very, very difficult to spot.
Absolutely. Blends into the shadows and blends into the crowd, at least compared to Blitzed over here. Awesome. And
I was in the military doesn't mean I was any good at it.
feel like there's a t-shirt of that. There should be. All right, and that brings us back around to Carl. Hey, Carl. Below me with no...
Hey.
Well, you got a face. It's just a little...
All right, yeah.
It's all
Exactly.
good.
So, how's it going, guys? Carl here. I'm going to be playing Arsenio, your resident combat medic. He is a human, and he's a shamanic and mystic adept. So it's the third time playing this character here. In this game here, you'll see him. Well, I'll save the introductions for when we actually meet and describe him there. So.
All right, awesome. So I'm still going to be putting all the pieces together, so we're just going to stick to this. And we are going to be playing some Shadowrun, the cyberpunk magic fantasy mashup futuristic romp through a dystopian wasteland. Welcome to the Shadows, chummer. Let's dive in. Alright, Chummer, this feed is coming to you live. Let's hope the connection holds. I say that both as the GM and also for realsy. So, today, we are diving into Shadowrun. It is 2081 in the future. Dystopian wastelands, mega cities, cybernetic implants, magic, dragons, and... corporations rule all. The law of the land is whatever you can afford to have it be. So, you are playing a whole bunch of mercenaries. Depending on your motivations, I suppose. You could be running the shadows for money, for revenge, for some sweet, sweet adrenaline. Whatever it is that you need, you are paid to go and do. Now, in this case, all of you have been contacted by your fixer. We're going to dive in right away. You've been contacted by your fixer to do a run out of town. So, basic basic transportation has been provided. You can choose to bring whatever gear you need. You'll be dropped off outside of most major cities, so those urban people, you might feel a little out of place, which is why some of you may feel more comfortable in the wilderness. There's anything goes out there. You could end up face to face with strange awakened creatures. You could end up chased by some local nuts with some shotguns, or something more sinister. So really, tonight could be a real mixed bag as you rock back and forth. The jet, the sound dampening inside the cabin of this. It's sort of like a jet. It is a LAV, a vertical takeoff and landing vehicle powered almost entirely by jets, designed to be fast, to fly almost undetected if they can fly low enough with a good pilot, and it is one hell of a ride as you are rocketing back and forth. At some point on the comms, you see bloop, bloop, the pilot's face superimposed, just kind of a matrix representation of them, mostly mask-like figure of a almost traditional airline pilot, but cartoonish. And he pops on and says, "All right, sit tight. We're just about to be crossing the border. Oh, by the way, nobody beam or make any phone calls for a minute. Go airplane mode, seriously." So you end up, the whole interior drops to a red light for a little while and shudders. Suddenly you feel like you're falling, and even the gear around you, some of your gear kind of tossed into the air a little bit if you didn't properly secure it. And then all of a sudden it lurches back down, your stomach rising to your throat, and then just being pushed right down. Just for fun, we're going to start tonight with roll composure. If you prefer to do charisma plus willpower, or alternatively, body plus willpower, I would allow either one of those things.
Body plus willpower.
Yes, that's
I'm gonna
right.
pass on that, okay?
We're doing a vomit check. Oh yeah, you're doing Matrix
vomit? Oh.
Overwatch.
Did-
One.
Of course I am.
Who's going to be carrying the relay? Asked one of your fixers at one point. Someone, because you're going off outside of what could be considered reasonable, secure facilities.
I did pick up a sat link, so
Perfect. So your Doberman has this satellite dish composite thing strapped onto its back. Your Doberman drone, and it's beaming connected to some of the satellites in orbit, pinging off local LTGs as well, allowing you to stay mostly in contact.
It's supposed to be D6s, not D20s. Got it.
All right. So, how did everybody do? 3 hits for Cat. 3 for
2 hits.
Blitzed. 2 for Arsenio.
Sorry, I just logged in again. What am I rolling? The stats?
Willpower plus either body or charisma. It's your choice.
Oh,
Okay.
How do glitches work again?
If you roll out of your entire dice pool and you roll ones, you need to roll half of your dice pool. So if you rolled 6 dice, 3 of them would have to come up as ones to be considered a glitch. If you got no successes, you can succeed and have a complication. The other thing that sometimes happens is you could have a critical glitch where you roll a glitch with half or more ones, but you also don't get any hits, any successes. A hit is considered a 5 or a 6 on a d6. Whew, I forgot how complicated this game was.
I need to re-roll mine. I just clicked on the composure attribute.
Should work.
That's
So,
Yeah.
well, it only gave me 2 dice, where I should have had 7. I'm going to
then it's not
re-roll.
set up right. Yeah.
Yeah, I clicked on the word composure instead of the attribute rolling.
That should do it automatically, as long as your stats are filled in correctly, right?
Yeah.
1, 2.
All right.
You got 2 hits there too. 7d6.
So I don't even see the roll.
Yep.
So I don't know.
Arsenio forgot to secure his kit properly, and probably see a few syringes going left and right.
You can also use the advanced dice roller and just
That's what I'm
pick
using.
a number of dice. Yeah.
And by the way, since I noticed that your roll from your sheet didn't go through, there's a little button on your character sheet that says Whisper GM. So that's why we can't see your rolls, and only you can, and Todd.
Oh, good to know. Good to know. Oh, yeah, those are rolling, all adding up as well. So we're going to spend a few minutes figuring out. We can just manually count.
Yeah, manually
I
count.
I have real human person dice, so I'm just gonna do that.
Yeah, that's cool.
Nice.
Yeah,
There's a lot of 6s.
It's hard to mess up real human dice. Alrighty. So everybody got 2 hits minimum, right? So nobody yaks all over the floor. Anybody who got 4 or more, you're feeling totally fine. This is just like a fun roller coaster. Everybody else, in between those, if you got like 2 or 3, you're queasy as, but it's all right. You'll be able to hang in there. But it's just a little. Ooh. All right.
His Excellency is feeling so good. He just takes a big swig from his flask. As per usual.
Just living his dream. All right.
Enjoying life.
Yep. All right. So you don't manage to vomit inside here, so that's gonna actually save you some money at the end. The pilot won't charge you extra to clean up that nonsense. It's like Uber of the skies. All right, it's going to get a little choppy here for a few seconds. We're coming up on landing. Everybody prep your gear as soon as we touch down. We don't want to be here for very long. All right, so pilot gives you a heads up and you can feel the lurch as the whole thing kind of comes around in a wide turn. Just for fun, one of you holds something up against the wall and lets go, and it stays there. All right. After a few more seconds, it slides back down again as the pressure drops off, and the whole craft just and just lands with this surprisingly jarring jolt as you're all just oh. The pilot comes back on and says, "All right, get your gear and get the hell off my ship. I'll see everybody in a week if you're alive. Otherwise, contact and we never met. If you need something, just contact your fixer. Good luck. Now get off my bird."
First day flying, huh?
Note to self, leave that guy behind. Oh, mic's on. Sorry. All right, so you disembark and you end up ducking, gathering up all of your gear. Some of you that might take a while. Some of you it might just be picking up a small backpack. And of course, for at least one of you, Darcy, I'm looking at you. That's going to be just riding along on the back of a dog, a robotic dog. And in fact, just for the sake of keeping sense of things, is it cool? Is it cool, Yowfin, if Darcy's character can have some level of control over your pup?
You're misplacing me for someone else.
Well, no. I'm saying if he shares his drone access, you could interact with things physically by controlling the drone as well, to some extent. Of course, he's going to be a lot
I'm not
better.
a rigger or anything.
No, but hackers can still command things.
I'm not a hacker either.
Oh, I thought you were. Oh, Astral. I'm very confused.
So I've been keeping track of where we've been going and how I can trace my steps back to my body. My body's not here. My body's back in my house. It's in my bed. It's nice and comfy.
Nice.
And book says I can move anywhere in the continent within minutes. So I'll be taking a rest stop there every once in a while, as long as I can keep track of how to get back.
You put the catheter in, you go back to your bed and lie down, and you get there in a few seconds. You're in Astral Overwatch. One thing you can do, just a quick heads up there, Darcy, is you can choose to manifest your astral presence, allowing you to be seen and interact with everybody. Obviously, you're going to have a harder time perceiving things like technology and so forth.
I'm always astrally perceiving, so if I try and do anything that is physical, that's -2. I can't do anything physical except for like look at stuff, but I think physical perception would still have that negative. I'm not sure if that's how that works or not, but I think it is. I could be wrong.
There are some neat tricks, ways around that, but we'll figure that out in game. All right, sorry, I was thinking you were a hacker for some silly reason. All right, so the rest of you pile out into this clearing. The woods in this area are pretty thick. You're outside of any major centers. You can tell you're still up in the mountains, almost due south, like not as far as Portland, but you're kind of in that region. It's a little close to the elven border of but not quite that far. And so it's
home.
Yeah, so it's definitely it's still pretty wild out here. So I'm gonna get perception checks from anybody who let's say any two of you can decide to do some perception checks.
Got 9 dice in it.
All right, sounds like Yowfin and Steve are gonna.
I got 1.
Oh, they both got 1. All right, north is that way. Just
Are we sure?
and that's a mountain over there. It's kind of It's the forests here
Actually,
give way to, as you're kind of on the edges of some foothills. So it's more treed where you are and where you set down. That's why the pilot chose here. But where you're headed is presumably a hike further into the mountainous areas. What's up?
I have an orientation system cyberware, and it tells me exactly. It's had an internal compass, inertial compass, altimeter,
Beep, beep,
barometer,
beep, 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 it dials up to you and goes, "Hello, I know where you are. Would you like me to tell you where you are, stupid
Oh,
human?"
this better not be a freaking Clippy. I'm gonna swear to God, I'm gonna
If you would like assistance with your destination, please click on Clippy. Sorry, dude. You did that to yourself.
Are we sort of in a bushy, foresty type of area? Is that
You
the idea?
are. And the
Can I
Sasquatch.
augment that perception with a specific knowledge roll?
Sure. Go ahead and roll the knowledge roll first. And then any successes add extra dice to your roll.
I'd also like to maybe do some perception stuff. I'm not sure exactly what I'm looking for or whatever.
Sure.
But
So,
Go ahead and roll
So you
astral
can-
perception.
can I
you mean a
add
sensing, or is
to
that
that?
different?
Sorry, was that Steve?
Can I add 2 to that previous tally?
Nice. Okay, so that's a total of 3 for you. So you kind of give your head a shake and then sniff the air, and the breeze is just carrying the scent of mostly natural scents. Although there's always this tang of pollution in the air here compared to where you're from. The breeze is nice and is really good to get out of the city again. You just stretch and like unzip your armored coat that looks like your own fur. Just a little bit to get a little of the chest hair blowing in the breeze. You do pick up, okay, according to the briefing, the map said you would land here and head northeast into the higher elevated regions, and you're looking for a particular pass. You do have it on a map, and your orientation system there, Yowfin, is pointing that out to you as well.
I'm going to turn on astral perception as well.
Absolutely. Just 1 second. I just gotta get something going here, as I've tried desperately to fix a problem technical here. It's not a big
Just to clarify something.
Yeah.
Is all perception in the astral sensing, or is there like also just
I'm
a
gonna
more
say
mundane version of perception? I think there is, but I'm not entirely sure.
I'm gonna
No,
say
there is
yes. I know
Yeah,
as sensing. Yeah, astral is gonna be you perceiving as sensingly, and then if there's something else, I'll let you know just to roll your standard perception.
Okay, I just wasn't sure if you meant standard or a sensing.
Most of what you're gonna roll is probably a sensing. So yeah, you got 3 hits.
Cool, great.
All right, so
Yeah, I
you
got
do a quick scan on the astral plane. The rest of the world kind of seems, it's nighttime for all of these people. You've been dropped in the middle of the night to avoid extra eyes. The lights of the for everyone else, the lights of the LAV rocket ship blast away, and it go rocketing off, and the lights turn off almost as soon as it's airborne. And you can track it by the sound more than anything. It quickly goes supersonic, but all of that is muted for you. You can hear it, but it all drifts away to this quiet, it's an almost persistent wind sound blowing off of the ocean and across the mountains, even louder than what the rest of them hear. And it's got this real sense of, it's almost like the winds of change that have been blowing consistently for the last 80 years have barely slowed down, this near blast level of push. But in this moment, in this peaceful place, it settles somewhat into this just constant, steady wind. Every once in a while, you see the sense of a spirit or some magical being zipping past. So, am I missing? I just want to make sure I'm not missing anybody. Okay, I thought I heard somebody ask. Excellent question. With a 3 on sensing, you quickly pick up the signs of local life, which glows much more brightly in astral than anything else. Even some of your compatriots look a little gray and kind of worn thin in the physical. Their bodies augmented in some way or damaged by time, injury, or addiction. But in this moment, the forest seems brilliant and alive to your eyes. You pick up the sense of some large living creature that had been in this area and bolted. Maybe a deer. You sense other smaller creatures hiding in the trees almost acting like a wall, impenetrable in astral as it is for the non-astral eyes. But
Makes sense.
in time, you pick up a sense of there's something here that's pulse thrums with a quiet beat. You can sense just beneath the surface. A spirit is nearby, and a pretty big one.
I'm going to go into a military, an old training that I picked up when I was in the military. I'm going to eyes and concentrate on my surroundings to get us where this heartbeat is that I can hear since it's quiet.
Now, the heartbeat is actually only perceptible on Astral. Everyone else, you're seeing and hearing the forest, sounds of the forest. You hear the lav rocketing away, and you can hear it in the far distance. Maybe if you've got cyber ears, you turn them way up. You can pick up a ever so slight sense of the ocean further to the west. But other than that, it's just a windy night, and the rocket ship has scared most of the wildlife away.
So right now, two of my companions are astrally perceiving. Right, we've got His Excellency or His Majesty. I get that wrong.
I got that wrong.
And
His Excellency.
Kiamar. Kiamar also has astral perception turned on. So I'm going to mostly be communicating with them because I don't have to bother manifesting. Yeah. But first and foremost, since people are perceiving, looking at Eidolon, you'll see sort of like very much like, because this is the astral projection of them and it's like a weird manifestation of what they see themselves as, they're like every washed up hard-boiled detective. Like they're like the amalgamation of all of that pop cultural concept merged into one person. So they're just like sort of half slumped while floating in the air, and they've got like a half open dress shirt with an undone tie, like half a day of 5 o'clock shadow, messy hair, even though it's like, oh, it's the Astral, you can look perfect. Like, nah, this is how I look. This is me.
Nice.
And yeah, so anyone who I feel like it's very possible that His Excellency and Kiamar might also pick up on the spirit, but if they do not, I would point it out to them.
Absolutely. Once you point it out, it's easy for everybody to see, but you were specifically asking to see astrally, and they were still kind of looking around physical. So they see it once you point it out, and it's
like
lingers.
The inverse of how doing things on the physical is hard. Like when you're perceiving, you have the negative 2 to physical. It's kind of like the same thing. You're distracted by the physical when you're trying to
totally,
astral.
100%.
For everyone else, yeah.
Well, I mean, the Sasquatch is probably pretty used to it, but he's still overwhelmed by the rocket sound in a way that your character probably isn't.
Right.
All right. So, that sense of the spirit is more of almost like a lingering, almost like it's this thrumming sense. It's not even a sound per se, as a sense that something nearby is big and magical.
And this feels like a spirit, not the like remaining signature of a spirit.
Exactly. You can get the sense of this living, almost sentient thing, and depending on how you choose to interpret spirits, that can be different thing. So,
can I know the type, or is that too hard for 3 hits?
You're gonna have to get a look on it. You basically hear it, and you have this sense of something big is nearby, but it's more like catching a lingering scent of something than an actual glimpse of it.
Yeah, Todd.
Yeah.
Can I roll knowledge skill parazoology and see if that reveals anything?
Sure thing. Go ahead and roll it.
That does remind me. I was like, you're describing all these animals, and it's like, I wonder if there's any awakened animals or animals that are dual natured, because that's totally a thing in this world.
But
sounds like no.
The awakened wildlife.
Did you tap the glass? Because if you tap the glass, your insurance will not cover it.
It's wooded stuff. I'm not pleased.
Oh, yeah.
Just one hit.
Just one hit? Okay, you're just like, well, it could be this, it could be that. Doesn't smell like a behemoth. That's good news.
And then he'll roll his knowledge skill types of trees, because he has that.
That's a great knowledge skill.
Yeah,
you
types
see
of trees. he gets like 4, so he's distracted now.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah,
this
totally.
one's
You don't want to pee on the wrong one.
This one's,
No.
no, this one's a pine, and you can tell because of the way it is.
He's busy narrating this as the rest of you begin to hike, I'm assuming, towards your destination. You were told there's this installation you're headed to. If you want to be prepping as you go, let me know what you want to do.
Yep, I'm removing my bloody scrubs off of me because I didn't have a chance to change in the plane. So yeah, he's just putting that in a plastic bag and leaving it on the ground.
It's like, whoop, an orderly will get that later. You look around, some animal, you leave, and an animal comes tearing up at it, and finally gets a taste for human
Troll
blood.
blood.
Exactly. Don't worry, that can't possibly come back to haunt you later. Internet, this is a perfect time for me to remind you I can throw random shit at them for plot points. So spend away. I'm just saying. All right, so you guys hike for quite a while. If anybody else wants to do or say anything, you're welcome to. You do
I'm wondering
know
if my my mentor spirit is if I can reach my mentor spirit just when it comes to any guidance
now.
in
Remind
this
me
area.
of what kind of mentor spirit you have.
I believe it's a crow,
Oh,
and
nice.
and that's about it. Didn't really speak to the mentor spirit last time.
Nice. All right, so as you're going, you hear the flutter of wings. Can I get you to roll your magic rating plus your intuition?
Okay. Magics. Okay. Three hits.
And 3 hits with 3 ones, but you're rolling 10 dice, so that ain't too bad. All right, so you definitely pick up the flutter of wings, and it is nighttime, so you're a little surprised when you look up and you see this. It's you only see it because it's silhouetted against the sky. You see this dark figure of like a crow-like bird way up, or even raven-sized bird way up in the trees, bigger than you've seen when you're in the city, much. And it's almost like human sized. And you kind of unless you want to mention it to somebody else, you get that sense in your head of like, oh, you recognize this. And it's just checking, it's a fleeting glimpse, and when you look away it's gone, but you hear a sound in your head. Yes. I watch. I see you. You've been in the city a long time. Welcome back. That's what you get so far.
I just kind of shrug and go. I nod my head and just keep walking.
All right. You do get a comforting sense that this being that's been guiding you on your magical path is nearby, not too far away. All right. Can I get another survival or orienteering check? I'm going to guess that Blitzed is going to take a main point of this, but someone else can also volunteer to roll.
I have a navigation. Is that what you mean?
Sure.
I have survival.
And did you say we're near Shirnanog?
No, that's going to be pretty far away. You're closer to the Elven Nation. I forget the name of it off the top of my head. I can't.
Yeah,
remember.
Shirnanog. Is that not the Elven Nation?
Well, there's
that's
another one.
Birnanog is Ireland.
Yeah.
Tangier is where Oregon
Tangier.
used to be.
Oh,
That's
okay.
the-
I had the wrong one. Cool. Okay, great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Birnanog
So,
is the one surrounded by the mist.
mhm.
You know,
Gotcha.
Great Britain
All right.
and
This
Well,
one's
that
just
means,
surrounded by a bunch of angry elven snipers.
That would be
Three hits on
Tangier.
survival.
Gotcha. Okay.
So
So
are
we
we
are
dealing
we are
with
near.
Moonlit? Are we
Hi.
dealing with Moonlit Thorns then? Or are we just dealing with regular army?
So far, you should be outside of their territory
know.
officially, you were told. Officially. If they're on deployment, that might be a different situation. But you should be outside of their active.
Are there any matrix signals in the area?
You can go ahead and do a matrix perception check for me.
Let me go ahead and do that then. Let's see.
I
I'm
should
going to do
ask,
the survival check that you asked for.
Sure thing, Cat, and one other, as Blitzed is busy
Is
trying to
my
sense.
navigation at negative, or am I just going to get different information because I'm astrally navigating?
I think you would probably get different information, but it's
Okay,
still
cool.
how not to get lost in the astral wilderness. I also
Totally,
see
yeah.
His Excellency, the Sasquatch, got 3 hits on the navigation type roll, and Cat, what did you get?
Nothing.
No hits, but no
Yeah.
glitch either. So you get turned around and like you're trying to navigate with your GPS, and there's like a static crackle that signal error. Please hold above your head and wait for satellite. Barring that, bend
I
over
got a
and
sat
kiss
link
your
and I'll
ass
be
goodbye.
I'm running the sat link, and then I can run everybody's pan through my firewall, which is currently at a 5.
All right, so you prep that
Data
all up.
Processing is.
And Blitzed, you got a
Running
3
4.
hits on your 12 dice, and you got 4 ones, so not a glitch. So
Not a
you
glitch,
do
just
manage to,
average.
because you've got the sat link, you still have a matrix feed. However, the local region, the signal is, even for satellite, it's not phenomenal, even with 3
How much
hits.
noise?
There's going to be 2 points of noise currently, but as you keep walking, it seems to get a little more distortion on your feed. And in the Matrix, it shows up as these strange little echoes splitting past you, and when you go full VR. But if you're just walking in AR, it's just this
Yeah, I'm
little,
just doing AR right now.
just little blurry glitch whenever you're interacting with our augmented reality objects, arrows. All right.
Let me see something.
So as you approach your destination, you kind of recall what brought you here. First of all, the money. Cut back to a meeting in a dingy basement of an old meatpacking facility. The whole place stinks all to hell, and it is clearly a front. There's a rather corporate-looking dude, an emerald, as they call it in Shadowrun, gentleman in a very nice suit. Got the little skinny tie thing going on, like the what do they call them? Bolet? You know, the little leather strap thing. You know, the southern look. Yeah,
Bolo
that's it.
tie.
Yeah. And then
Got it. Okay.
he's got the long ponytail, the one shaved temple for the data jack. And he's got some bodyguards with him, but he everything checked out, all the meet and greet went pretty well. And he asks you to do this run for him, offers you the data chip if and when, and we're gonna assume you've all agreed. However, it's actually more about how much you get. So I can offer you 35,000, transportation included, for this objective. It's out of town. It is risky, but the payoff could also include some, let's say, verified salvage. If you're interested, please stay. If you're not, it's time to go.
Sort of ghostly apparition manifests in front of them, or like wherever's socially appropriate. As I previously described, but this sort of weird ghostly version of Eidolon. That's each, right? Just clarifying. I'll be listening. I just pop in and say, I'll be listening, and disappears again.
Even though you've disappeared, his eyes track you effortlessly. And the rest of you, he nods. Of course.
Yeah, I'll say 35 grand, sure, why not?
Payment in gold coin.
Gold coin. Do you know the value
We
of
can
gold
translate
right
it
now?
to gold after.
Yeah.
Well, whatever 35,000 million converts to in gold coin.
In this day and age, that's probably about the size enough to make one Rolex.
What's a
time-
Rolex?
He kind of looks at the rest of the group to explain that one.
I just got here.
Isn't that one of those things where you turn it and there's like people's numbers on cards?
That's a Rolodex.
He cracks a little smile.
Rolex. A
That's-
Rolex is a
Oh!
timepiece that you wear on your wrist.
I forgot. His Excellency actually has a Rolodex. He got it in that subway run. By the way, recap of that run that we had way back in episode insert number here. When you did that subway run, you guys did not get there in time to get the football, the thing that we were all hunting for. However, you heard after the fact that the team that got it got halfway to the surface before they all got taken out in an ambush, and then that group took the football up and got the prize. It turned out it was a crate of scotch.
That is wonderful.
Boy, that's got to be some pissed off ghost. I got killed over scotch, man.
There are worse ways. I always mess up your name, I'm sorry. Esdasverence. Absolutely. Satyr chugging beer. So, Blitzed, it's now Satyr chugging beer, just so you know, because that's what it looks like on stream. Hey, there it is. See? Look, folks. Acting.
Drink to that.
Acting.
Not just the Satyr, my friend. Not just the Satyr. All right, so you've all agreed for 35,000 plus any interesting salvage and your objective. He beams it over to you. It's all good. It's reading. You know, I think you read it properly, and I think I wrote it wrong. All right, so you do know your objective. It's an ancient code book. All right, lore dump time. As you all approach this this kind of small clearing in the woods, exactly where the ping shows, you see this kind of small outcropping of concrete driving its way up out of the side of the hill. It's definitely overgrown. There's small shrubs and bushes kind of hiding parts of it, but as you get closer and you pull back, His Majesty pulls this bush out of the way. Oh yeah. And I love you so you show me the look. I got the look. That's a whole ass mood. You you find this large, incredibly severe-looking metal door. It's pitted with time and age and the elements, but it is a very solid metal door. It's got this large, kind of safe-like connecting door knob on it that you look at and you're just like, okay, step one. I'm going to need you to go to an old underground bunker. These old missile silos, decommissioned of course, these were kind of popular in the 2030s and 40s. People had rich slobs would buy them and, well, they'd convert them into either bunkers or safe houses. Heck, some of them even turned them into luxury condominiums. It's like for preppers with money. So, I need you to go into one of these. Most of the regular ones, you did a bit of research before now, and you found that this was kind of a fad in the 40s, and even into the 50s as
Old
things.
tech.
Yeah, it's old tech, but not that old. Like, the bunkers themselves are dated back to the Cold War from the previous century. But
Stavros says kick it open.
yeah,
I feel like
kick.
Sasquatch is going to
I
try.
don't think it opens inward. I bet it opens outward.
All right,
I'll
so
try to change it
Sasquatch,
open.
roll your strength.
Is it just strength straight up, right?
Let's do it.
I know I should have, but I didn't. Did anybody bring a plasma cutter?
I got some serious questions for you, Todd. I know that like Earth is a limit you can't go through in Astral. Does that anything underground, or is that literally only going through Earth? Like, can I go through
Only
a
going through Earth.
passageway?
You should be
Okay,
able to go through a
cool,
door,
great.
unless it's warded.
You can
Right, sure,
press
yes.
through, and it takes you some time, but it is possible for you to press through a lot of different objects.
Yeah, I just know that the Earth is special, right? The Earth
It is.
effectively has its own soul,
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
Like, yeah, but I wasn't
Yeah,
sure if that was
yeah.
like, I wasn't sure if it was like
living objects like
water
tree wood,
level, or if it was
natural
like,
fibers.
Essentially, you've got like man-made inanimate objects on one end of the scale, which you can just breathe through like nothing, and then on the far other end of the scale would be living creatures and like even farther maybe the Earth itself, right? So the wherever it is on that scale, you know,
Yeah,
a
cool.
tree
No.
is over here somewhere, whereas
Sure.
like a horse is over here. Anyway,
I just
Earth's
wasn't sure
soul.
if it was
Gaia.
Yeah.
a water layer or
Yeah,
something, or
Gaia.
if it is
Yeah.
literally the Earth itself.
You don't go into Gaia uninvited. All right.
Is this door this door it's locked, yes?
You can go ahead and take a look. His Majesty, how'd you do on your strength roll?
See if you kicked it open.
well,
I'll let you
I'm
do
assuming
melee combat if you prefer,
which would be
because you
worse.
are
So
kicking it.
combat.
Unarmed combat.
Unarmed combat would be
I would-
far crazier. So I'm going to try to like rip it off its hinges.
Just as he's reaching for it, I'm just kind of standing behind him, going, "I don't think that's the best idea, but let's go with it anyway. I want to see what happens."
7 hits.
7?
Okay.
Strength 7.
I duck. I don't want to get hit by the door.
All right. So simultaneously, the Sasquatch just starts heaving on this massive door, pulling on it, and you can actually see some of the metal starting to bend and flex a little bit on the prongs of the door handles, and you can actually. Kiamar steps up just in time, and there's such resistance. It's not gonna give. It's not gonna give. And Kiamar looks up and sees this small little latch, just kind of eye level that nobody else has looked at. And Kiamar's like,
I didn't have
Blick?
a chance. You're attacking the door.
and the Sasquatch is bulging muscle and like fur slavering at the mouth. He's just starting to just heave so hard. Everyone else is just like, and Kiamar just flicks this little lever, and the whole thing just and it moves, but it doesn't go flying open. The door itself is probably maybe 3.5 feet thick, and it begins to drag and slide. Oh, this is just the outer door. It'll also have a rolling. Pardon?
Get real excited about that and start like adding,
Oh yeah, at this
and grunting harder and
absolutely. So you're really giving her, and everybody's just watching and this display of just pure animalistic fury against the door. And you know what?
We'll hack you.
For those who can hear, he said, "I will hack you." Your voice cut out a bit. All right, so
Not really how it works, but okay. I'm not going to argue.
He doesn't know that.
It drags
I'm not going to argue
open.
with somebody bigger than me.
It drags open to about, there's a 4-foot gap. The whole thing is probably about 15 feet tall and about the same wide. So the fact you've actually moved this thing is pretty epic. But dude, you got 7 hits. All right, let's not forget Sasquatch only has swole muscles, but with an amazingly manly beard. I love it. Yeah, there's a picture of him on the feed right there. So you manage to get this door open, and you look in, and there's actually this hissing sound for those who aren't actively involved in hauling. And you get this sense, especially those of you sniffing on Astral, for lack of a better term, you get this sense of a sudden movement of air that has not moved in a very long, long time. And the sense of light and life returning to a place that has been dark for a long, long time. Decades, potentially.
Did anybody else lose connection here?
I think just you. I remember I saw your cam cut out for a second, but it's back.
Yep.
Okay, I
Interweaves.
missed what was said there.
Oh, you got the door open. You can see inside. There's a massive tunnel in there, leading into. You can, with you, those of you with vision mods, and some of you, I'm going to assume, brought a flashlight to the wilderness.
I got thermographic vision from Surge.
All right. Wreck somebody for some beef jerky. That's totally true.
Coleman flashlights.
Flashlight.
That's
In
right.
fact,
We're
two
gonna.
different ones.
We are gonna need a word from our sponsor in a few minutes. We need a sponsor. So you enter the tunnel, and there's not another door quite yet. Instead, you see a large kind of vestibule area with these metal plated floors, some of which are clearly very, very old and buckled with some weight. You also see, you see a beaten up old Jeep that looks to be in the process of maybe it was being taken apart at some point and rebuilt, but we're talking old. You're 2081 right now, and this thing was at least 50 years old, and it is in pieces for the most part. It's up on jacks and cinder blocks. There's a smattering of tools around. There's a scent of lingering oil even after all this time, suddenly getting stirred up. There is a thick layer of dust in here, and it looks like you might be the first people to see this place in a very long time. It was quite well hidden, but for some reason, your Johnson knew exactly where to look. All right. Cut back to that meeting with the Johnson. So, just so you know, this particular bunker, as far as I can tell, owned by a man named Gerald Hicks. He was a tech-com cryptocurrency billionaire, rose to prominence, but the crashes basically depleted his empire. He was a bit sentimental, so down in his condo silo, he kept a lot of interesting old artifacts. Obviously, when he went belly up, a lot of that went onto auction. But I have my reasons to think there may be stuff kept down deep where creditors couldn't find it. So, that brings us to this. Hopefully, you can find what we're looking for.
I'm going to check the glove compartment of the Jeep.
Yeah, absolutely. So, you
Roll
go.
them out of mechanics and see if it can even be fixed.
Maybe, but I don't know how much of an ancient car relic you are. This thing was probably maybe 2010.
Oh, so it's Jeeps.
70 years old then.
Yeah, it puts the vintage on vintage cars for sure.
So since this is like just unsealed, I'm assuming there's no sign of like wildlife or anything, right?
Currently, no. In fact,
Cool.
there's no real sense of living things here, but you get a sense, almost like a smell of an emotion in the air, a kind
Of
of
course.
depression, a little bit of a lingering sadness.
I mean, this is the way that the like heartbeat that we were feeling, the spirit heartbeat, was coming from anyway, right?
Actually, that heartbeat, you passed it. It's now behind you.
Oh,
Somewhere
okay.
in the forest. Cut to that, some massive creature standing 30, 40 feet tall, massive antelope kind of horns, or maybe even kind of these massive moose-like horns, extending another 10 feet higher. Its rippling muscle back, half translucent, stepping through the forest, where its feet hitting the ground, fresh growths sprout, and it watches you pass, and then it turns.
Right.
The strange ways of humans and people, not really interesting. It goes on its
Cool.
way.
Yeah, I mean, if it's like, I mean, if people have more relevant information, please. It sounds like I don't want to interrupt anybody. But if they were like a denizen of the area we are going to be spending time in, I would have tried to at least like, not make amends. What's the word? Like just honor the creature and try to make sure that it's like cool with us, you know?
Go ahead and do
I got
a.
critter spook, so I don't know how well that's going to go with me.
All right, so I'm gonna get you to do a magic plus willpower check.
Okay.
Oh, actually, magic plus intuition check. And I'm going to say we'll treat it like gremlins. So you need one less one to count as a glitch because one of your party has a real sense of drawing trouble from such creatures.
All right. This is going to look like a magic test. I've just added a temporary modifier to my magic to represent. Oh, it's going to ask me. Never mind. I didn't need to do that. Beautiful.
There
I
you
did
go.
not know the sheet was going to ask me that. All right, magic plus intuition.
Last mega
It's,
holdout ever. There's all these.
It-
You open a
so-
door, and there's all these red hats on a shelf.
Wait a minute. 1, 2. I
So
got 4 ones,
Oh,
but
it's
only
magic.
4 successes.
how many dice did you roll? I can't tell that from that.
Was it maxing out?
What was
Wait a
your
minute.
dice
1,
pool?
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's telling me I have 7 successes, but it's only showing me 4. Is there a limit to this?
Oh, I see them now. Hold on. So you rolled a total of 11 dice.
11.
You got 4 ones and 4 hits. But
Oh,
we're
right. I was
treating
counting the
this-
4 as an accident. Yeah.
We're treating
Checks
this a
out.
bit like Gremlins, so technically you needed 1 less 1 to count it as a glitch.
Right. Which would have been 4.
Which would-
Yes.
So
Because
you
11 would round down, right?
you have
Yeah.
rolled a glitch.
Nice.
Cut
Does,
to that.
does his Excellency aware of any of this? Because if he
Um,
was, he has a code of honor, harmony with nature, the shaman's code. He would totally be
Okay.
bowing down to this guy right now.
That might come up in a little while, but right now you're currently unaware.
Yeah.
By the way, there is when you're rolling pure attributes, there is no limit.
Okay,
Ooh.
great. I figured there wouldn't be, but I was
Only in skills is there.
Good
a
to
limit
know.
That's based on.
I was misreading the 4s as successes and they're not,
Ooh.
so that's why I was confused.
No worries. I'm just trying to find the voice I want to use for this.
Good SR4, SR3. Compounding, multiplicative, additional. I rolled a
So nice.
137.
Silvi, come. Silvi, I need you.
The creature, its voice echoing on the astral plane, just within range. After the creatures have left and it's given a wide berth, it calls out to this being in its circle.
There is something about those beings that I don't trust. Follow them. Keep an eye. And report back to me.
I don't know if that came through in the stream, but hopefully it did.
Well, it sounded like it wasn't something we were hearing, right? Like we had been like, hey, we're cool, right? Good. We left, and then it started doing this.
Exactly, but I'm just
So-
wondering if the audio came through, if you could hear any of that.
Oh, I could hear it. I couldn't understand a word though.
Okay.
I kind of understood it, but it wasn't meant for me. So
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I know.
I love it.
Yeah.
Hold on. So, who's that? I will learn your name someday. I promise.
And remember, only you can prevent forest fires.
You dickhead.
Okay. Well, that gave form to what he called forth, as off of its large and horns, this kind of furred spot detaches and onto the forest ground. It's almost the size of a person, probably about a good 4 feet wide and tall, and it slowly unravels as the fur takes shape, as this being, somewhat man-like, somewhat bear-like, begins to take form and stands and begins to track the rest of the group towards where this Sasquatch is busy prying open this door, and then cut back to you guys inside as you're taking a look at this Jeep. You're seeing now it's a large entrance room, and I do have a map for this, so let's see if we can get you up on a map. I don't know if it's going to do this properly, but we're going to try it, darn it. Sorry, internet. Heckin'.
I wonder if this man bear-like thing is also part pig.
man, bear, pig.
Puppy monkey baby.
I think it might have to be now. I would
Oh
take
my
that. I'd take suggestions from everybody, including the internet. Sorry, folks, I'm trying to find the map. Yes? Where did it go? I don't understand. Where did it? Oh, here it is. I got it now. All right, so on roll 20, if you can see that, I'm not sure if you can.
I can see
But-
a black screen.
Yeah, it's
Awesome.
not revealed.
That's what I
That's
wanted.
green.
And also the character faces are all in the wrong spots. Let me just reveal something for you then. All right, reveal. Can you see it now? Probably not. All right, well I'll fix that in post. All right, let me keep going as we're still doing this. All right,
I can see it if I watch the stream.
yeah, exactly.
Not.
All right, well I'm gonna zoom in so that you can't see it all and be like, well, I'm gonna walk right to the end. So you have found your way into this relatively large chamber. It's about 30 by 30, if you wanted to put it that way. And it is concrete walls, buckling in places metal grid floor, and then below that it seems to be some drainage chambers, some pipes, and so on. Plot point. Awesome! Awesome! All right. So, once I sort out this map visual, I will be able to get the party in here as they hear and sense this strange, like, skittering sound. Oh, now you see the whole thing.
Now we see it.
Oh, we see.
God damn it,
Aha.
Kyle. That's not what I wanted. Reset.
Opposed to trained ones.
All right. So, yeah, we're going to go with feral being. So you guys find your way into this initial chamber. I'm just going to ping it. This is that 30 by 30 chamber near that large door. If everybody wants to see a visual. Just pretend. I'll fix the fog later. That's right.
Oh, you mean like right? We came through the first door, and then there was the car in
Yeah.
this room, and now there's a second door.
And
right?
there is a second door on the opposite wall from the first, and it is large. And in fact, at first you took it as just more door, but this is a massive cylindrical looking entrance, and then in it is blocked by this large metal surface. And
Their control panel.
yeah, you actually do see a control panel just on the opposite side to the far, on both sides actually.
Power. Is there any
There.
power to said control panel?
There does not appear to be as you go up and tap a couple buttons. Doesn't seem to be working. You look around
Not
and
working.
you take a few minutes to take a look at this. Can I get you to roll hardware, please?
Just to be clear, are we in this top room here or in this bottom room here?
Right here.
Okay, good. That's what I thought. I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
Cool.
Second.
You said 30 feet, so I wasn't really sure.
2 hits
yeah.
on hardware.
All right, 2 hits. All right, so you've learned a couple things. Number 1, it doesn't have power. Number 2, it could have power if you can track back to... There must be a breaker that they turned off somewhere, and you could get it back on again. Everything looks to be in correct, and you are
What would
able
you
to
like me
actually
to roll?
follow those leads if you so wish. So you can even
do I
tell
need to
which
roll?
wires. I'm gonna get you and someone else because you're kind of following the wires back.
I can do electronic warfare. You want me to do hardware? Industrial mechanic?
I'll tell you what. Actually, this might save you some time. You pull out a little power lead off of your dog
I got a
drone,
toolkit.
and
I got a toolkit for computers.
you plug it in, and you get ready to send out a power pulse, and you use your electronic warfare to sense anything that amps up the resistance along the wires as you feed this backwards.
2 hits again on electronic warfare.
All right, so you definitely get the sense that deep beneath you is where most of the power leads go, and you can actually identify which wire you should follow back to get to this breaker that they have turned off.
Is the breaker in the room or is it somewhere else?
It's probably below you, and you're looking through the grid that's the floor, and you're seeing all these pipes and wires and little channels, and some of them have some water in them, some of them don't. And yeah, don't worry, we're Severance. It's coming. So as you look down below, you see there's a like a floor vault leading further down, and the wires seem to be routing in, and you can see the metal grate for it. So if you can pry up the floor, the metal grate section, you can follow the ladders down. It's about maybe 5 or 10 feet down, and follow this
Yo,
little...
Biggie, can you pull this grate up?
A crowbar
Sure,
and pry.
probably.
All right, Kat, you're gonna roll crowbar Go for it.
Ooh.
And His Majesty, or His Excellency, you're gonna do this as a kind of a combined effort.
It's a lifting and carrying test.
It
For
is.
sure.
That makes sense.
Yep.
So 4,
Oops. I
8,
don't.
10, 14,
Since
My bad.
my companion,
17.
I don't have a crowbar.
I forgot mine.
If you only
Since
had
my
a
companions
crowbar.
are taking a little bit longer to move through, and I actually have time to try some stuff, is this door like able to be moved through or not?
The door
I want
where
to stay
you're
ahead.
Yeah, you can try to press through it, but it does seem to be imbued with, I don't know, something. I mean, this was post magic, so you can go ahead and try to press through if you'd like. I'm gonna get you to do let's just keep it a straight up double mirror. Let's do magic rating plus willpower.
Okay. Yeah, I don't recall what the like move through mana berries is. I know there is a special roll for it, but
There
whatever.
is, but I'm just gonna call it magic plus willpower.
Probably gonna be about the same amount of dice. I did it as magic again. It's another 4 hits, and it's one. So
All right, so you go pressing through, and sure enough, oh sorry, what do you got there, His Excellency?
yeah, go do everyone else first. I just wanted to do it while people were rolling.
You move them, but there's 10.
10 hits?
Yeah. Lifting
right.
and carrying, he's insane.
Oh yeah, you gotta have like 20 dice.
The
right?
Sasquatch just bends down,
17.
his super long arm, he doesn't even bend his knees, he just grabs the plate on the floor and just throws it over his shoulder out the door that he pried before, and just bang, bang, bang. Somewhere outside, a large man-bear pig creature is like, and ducks out of the way.
And the sound effect would be
Exactly. Arsenio cast
Get into the
Sasquatch.
wires then and start
All right,
flipping and splicing.
well, you start crawling through, and then there's a metal grate. You pop that open relatively easily, and you lift it up, and there's all these wires routed through. It's a small chamber. You can see these ductworks that would, if they weren't filled with cables, you might be able to squeeze through if you're a regular-sized human. But it is really tight because of all the wires and steam pipes and all of that. And it seems to run both horizontal and then there's another one leading vertical, and this seems to be a junction.
Can
There's
I
a
run
whole wall.
lead off the main power up into the box to put power into the box?
Even more than that, with your electronic warfare, you still have that little pulse going from your drone above, so you can just kind of close your eyes and use your device to kind of track, or not close your eyes. Yeah, you can close your eyes and go AR, and you can kind of see a little bit of the feed coming through as
My
a.
eyes open to use AR. If I go VR, that's something different. But I'm
That's
sticking with AR for the moment.
That's fair. So you can see this little boom, boom of the electric feed from the drone. And so you can see the lead that comes back to. And I'm just going to get you to do one more hardware check to get the breaker, because it does end in a breaker. You pop that open with a pry bar, and you pull it, and 4 hits. Power is restored. Now, here's the catch. There's always a catch. As the whole area, the whole room, not just that lead, you have to turn the power on for the whole room. That cool?
Yeah.
I mean, it's going to make
This is
opening
all
doors
going
and
on?
see.
I'm just trying to put the power to the door to get the door to open up. I mean, but if you say we did that, okay, you're running this game, man.
I'm keeping an eye out on the door that we came in the first place.
Absolutely.
I
You're
just
sitting
heard
there
something outside.
with your rifle. Sure, do a perception check for me, Cat. Meanwhile, everyone else sees these fluorescent bulbs as this somehow it's still connected to some kind of generator, and it's just starts powering on. You all hear the thrum of some fans slowly cycling up, and dust begins to just circle around. 1 success on Cat's look out the door.
And
you look
5
out.
ones.
And 5
Holy
ones.
crap.
So
it's a failure.
That's a glitch.
That's a heavy glitch.
That's a heavy glitch. Wow, I've never actually seen that before.
That is shocking to look at.
So, Cat, you succeed in seeing something outside for a briefest of seconds, and you're just like, "What is that? Is that a man? Is that a bear? Is that a pig?" and is so caught up in this that you don't notice something. I'm going to say, haven't heard from you in a little while, Kiamar or Arsenio. With all the sounds of things turning on, it's a little distracting. And you kind of turn back and look down towards your very strange satyr changeling rigger down in the pit, and you look back up, let's say Arsenio, you notice something. Another buzzing sound, skittering sound. Crawling sound, and you see the sense of movement in the pit below. From all these little pipes come flowing, little black and brown moving things just dropping out of there as though suddenly alerted to a presence or fleeing from something, and they begin to pile and fill. You take a closer look, Arsenio, you see these cockroaches, swarms and swarms of these feral cockroaches just begin to fill up the bottom trench. The piles of them begin to move down, and you look over and you see that your satyr Blitzed rigger still in there, just kind of tying off the leads, connecting, closing the metal power junction box, and just kind of taking it all in, listening to the sound. He doesn't appear to be aware quite yet of what's going on. Kiamar, you also happen to notice something amongst all the rest of the fan noise and the whirring and the strange noises of this whole place kind of shuddering back to life. You hear a distinct grinding noise and a that seems to go unnoticed by a lot of other people, especially Cat, as that outside 3.5 foot thick, 15-foot diameter, diameter door just begins to. Cat leaning out, looking away. You're muted, Gord.
You're muted, Gordon.
I'm muted. I silently reach out and grab Cat.
Okay. I'm going to need you to do an unarmed combat, is what I'm going to call that.
Unarmed combat.
So I just want to make sure we're clear and I'm still on the same page here. The outside door is closing. The inside door is open. There is now a shitload of cockroaches coming at us. With
Not
the door
quite.
Closing on
The inside door now has power. The big, large, circular door that I'm squaring right now, just to be confusing on the map. That one is still closed and stays nicely closed, but you can see blink blink. You see through your drone's eyes, which is why you're distracted for a second. You can see on the drone feed the panel to the right of the door bloop, suddenly has power. You will be able to cycle that door open. Meanwhile, in the tunnels,
the front door is closed.
In the
like a sally port, so one door's got to be closed for the other one to open. Then
exactly. In the tunnels in the grates below, there's a bunch of pipes where all the wires and steam pipes and so forth all go into the walls about 10 feet below the surface of this room. You're currently down in that pit, your eyes perceiving through your drone, not noticing the massive amounts of cockroaches piling out and just these angry-looking little pincers just.
Well, I would be bouncing back and forth. Essentially, it's like AR. It's like I would see the drones. I'd like be here.
Absolutely.
Field of vision.
But unfortunately, you're still a little distracted. So.
Okay.
I'm going to use a martial art move. Just to kind of like basically bounce off the wall as it closes and get Cat out of the way.
Nice. Go ahead and roll it. Kiamar.
All right.
Unarmed combat, please. Martial arts, go for it.
Is the front door able to close? Or was it
2,
like
3,
busted?
4.
It wasn't broken. It's still able to close. Yeah.
Got it. It's got shifted. Okay.
Yeah, 4 hits.
4 hits. And no glitch. All right. So you managed to kick off the closing door as it's approaching Cat's head. Cat's looking out at the strange creature in the woods. Cat, you lock eyes with Man-Bear Pig just for a second, and suddenly something hits you, shoving you backwards. You actually clack the back of your head on the door as you're pulled through and land ass over tea kettle in the room. Kiamar on top of you. and you look up now, only now to notice that the massive door has closed. So,
Oh, you're welcome.
think-
And I just kind of step up and brush myself off.
all right. Meanwhile, Arsenio, I think
What's
you
that?
were the
Oh,
one who
what's that now?
noticed. You noticed the cockroaches, and Blitzed hasn't yet. This is all kind of simultaneous. What do you want to do?
Oh, hell no. Quick, get fire. Fire at the cockroach.
Do you have anything that makes
Get out of
fire?
there, buddy. Get out of there. They're coming for you. Oh, fuck, I hate cockroaches.
Hey, what? I'm not giving up a heat signature. I'm cold-blooded.
You look around and you see now, Blitzed. You see these things as they're swarming and starting to pour over the small lip into the tiny little room that you're in. It's sunken down the little whatever they're called, the little chambers that they put all the power into. And it's
I
only
have
about
1 liter of Ultra Glide lube. I would like to start pouring it down the sides of the walls of the conduit tunnel that they're climbing through.
Sure. Do you want to get out first or trap them in there with you?
Oh, I'm going to do this while I'm getting out.
Okay, so I'm gonna get you to do a gymnastics check to get out, to climb out of the
Oh, just
out
to
of
be
the
fine.
space.
Okay.
Yeah.
I got 2 hits.
All right. So you leap, and those strange legs of yours, those satyr legs, getting you that extra couple of feet as you grab the lip from. You're almost 10 solid feet down, but you've got some good distance with those legs of yours. So you manage to get 1 foot on the, one arm, 1 hand on the edge of the drop, and you're just dangling by 1 hand and patting yourself down and just trying to swat the bugs. And you grab this canister of Insta-lube stuff that you've got, industrial crazy lube stuff, which is a tearaway packet. And do you want to get
No,
all
it's
the
a
way out?
bottle. It's a
Oh.
it's a liter bottle. You
Oh,
pop the
nice.
top and just
All right, so you're spraying it as all the bugs are trying to crawl up the wall to get you. And they're just filling that place. 6 men in a bottle of lube. Oh, chat.
Since I'm on the ground, I'm kind of like prone where he's at.
Yeah,
I'm going to grab his arm.
absolutely. So you
Trying to
go
help
over
him
and
up.
help Arsenio. You pointed out as well, so you're both hauling. And there's something. His Majesty, you were busy helping with the grate. You want to do anything else?
Well, I'm noticing the cockroaches, I'm assuming, eh?
Oh yeah, totally.
Kind of just like clap and stomp and like maybe scratch the claws a little bit to kind of get the cockroaches to shoo away.
Nice. So you're just kind of any that get close to the top. I mean, because he's smeared this lube all over the wall, they can't go in that like 5-8 foot section. But elsewhere, they begin to climb up over the edge, and it is.
oh god, it's
It's
pussy
not
version of Joe's
stopping.
apartment.
Yeah, it's
I
not
have,
stopping. They are still approaching.
Yeah, he has a natural ability of mimicry, just how he even talks. So
Okay.
I'm wondering if I can like emulate a
Speak
cockroach.
Cut to
GTFO
cockroach
style.
speech. Go for it. What do you
How
want to
would
tell them in cockroach? I don't know if it'll work, but
Well, I mean, first I gotta find what the heck to roll for this. Well, it's
I
a
will
natural
allow it.
ability.
What
Let's
about
do
nice. There you go.
intuition plus charisma, something like that.
No, it's whatever it is. It's 9 dice versus their perception.
So you hear them saying something like,
Yeah, just like the like how when cows want to go to a different part of the field, they change their moo to something different. It's like the cockroach version of "Let's get out of here."
I mean, there is an animal handling skill.
this is
4?
more fun. 4
Yeah,
hits.
but can you really tame feral cockroaches?
Yeah. Yeah, they're saying something to the equivalent of food, fresh food, warm, fresh food, warm. And you're like,
Yeah.
milk.
Oh yeah, milk that direction, like outside.
Cockroaches don't have a wonderful sense of direction, so some of the nearby ones pause and make a little circle around you and begin to maybe worship you as a god in their own feral cockroach kind of way. But the
Okay.
rest of them
Oh,
are
God.
mostly interested in biting. So I'm gonna say by now, some of them have gotten on pretty much all of you, except for our astral detective there. So I'm gonna say everybody go ahead and do a body plus half armor check. Yeah, I said half because these little bastards can crawl up under it.
Yeah, I'm imagining probably I like move like halfway through the door, like sort of get a quick look outside before I start to like feel panic behind me. I'm like, wait a minute, what just happened? How did something change this drastically?
Absolutely.
And I like
You
end up
two-
having to like slip back through.
So while they're making their rolls, Darcy, what was your character's name again? I don't have it on the screen.
I know it, but I'm trying to make sure I get the pronunciation right.
It's your
Eidolon.
Eidolon. All right. Eidolon. I went to the wrong screen. Sorry. Eidolon is in the next room, and there's strange scents coming from this room. It's almost pitch black. It's almost all man-made, so you're having a hard time down here. And even more so, everything just seems dimmer now that that external door is closed. Not that you know that, but that is what the effect of it. You're basically having noise and dim light sort of modifiers to everything. But this room carries a strong sense of threat, old, ancient lingering. And you get these little flashes, cut to gleaming metallic, and then back, and then cut to strained, almost impersonal conversations. Not human, more so trained that they would follow orders at any time, no matter what the consequence. And you cut back, armed, ready to test number 6. You hear these strange echoes through your mind as you look around this space. The physical space is hard to make out. They're lingering and merging with shadows. You get a glimpse of heavy metal doors, channels for fire, walkways. You get a sense of glass. Inside the glass, a sense of lingering, sickening power and dread and fear. But this is ancient.
Right. So I'm very much like, there's no like life signs in here, right? There's no living auras, and there is a sense of some bad stuff happened a long time ago.
It has an astral background count, as one might find in a weapons factory or a old crime scene.
And it's very sterile, is what I'm picking up on. The emotions are like by the book. They're
exactly. Although there is a small lingering sense of fear and sense of duty,
right,
and a bit of sadness, but a sense of duty would be the strongest.
Do we need to roll again to go back through the door?
It'll just you don't have to. It'll just take time as you sense something going on behind you, and you begin to press back through the door. All right.
So,
meanwhile,
let me know when I can interact there, but I probably will miss it all, which is cool.
Absolutely. So meanwhile, back in the other room, how did everybody do on your body checks?
4 hits.
4 hits. You shrug the 4 physical damage of these things just starting to try to chew anything that's warm. Your armor taking it little bits and little pieces of plastic off as they're chewing at you and trying to bite you, but you don't take any damage with 4 hits. How'd you do?
Just curious, how do these things track us? Is it by heat or by noise?
It's probably by heat.
Okay.
Oh, that
and
I'm
smell.
cold-blooded.
And smell.
Okay.
Largely, anyway. I'm assuming. I'm not exactly a cockroach expert.
I'm not exactly going to be sweating much since I'm cold-blooded or whatnot. I did roll 5, so.
Absolutely. You got 5 hits, so they're biting away at armor and bits that are, I don't know if you have metallic implants or anything, but yeah, you're just scraping them off. It's fine.
I got
dragon
scales
skin.
and dragon skin. So
right, they can't bite through that. Did anyone roll less than a 4? 4 hits.
Oh, yeah.
I rolled 3 hits.
His Excellency.
All right, Kiamar, you take 1 point of physical damage. As these things are biting, and one of them gets you real good on the back of the knee. You're just like, God damn it!
Oh,
You smash at it, and it falls out through the pant leg on its back, kind of half crushed, and then kind of pops up and skitters away. His Majesty, how did you do on your body and half armor? What?
2.
2 hits
Yeah, out of 16.
out of 6? How is that even? All right, so you take 2 physical damage as they, and the problem is not that you're not tough; it's that your fur is a perfect crawling zone for them.
This is how I picture it. It's just like this.
It's just smacking himself all over, and they're just
he
whirring
just
their
kinda
way
goes-
up.
He just kind of gets carried away with that and kind of like bruises himself because he's freaking out a little bit.
Yep, that's fair. That's fair. So you are slapping those, and you get 2 points of physical damage as these little bastards are biting. Everybody else seemed to do okay. The armor.
No,
Oh, sorry,
no, we
Cat.
didn't.
Cat got
I
1
was in the
success.
process of trying to help Blitz.
All right, Blitzed might not be warm-blooded, but you are, and you're laying on the floor. So before you know it, they've wormed their way up underneath your armor, into your pants, into your hair, and the duffel on your back, and they're just all crawling in there. And it's almost like they waited to get in position and then start biting. And so you kind of stand up, and like one of them skitters across your neck.
attack.
Exactly. That in cockroach, they're like, wait till you see the whites of their eyes. Anyway, so they all just start chewing on you. You take 3 points of cockroach damage, physical. Yeah, that as Cat basically has to strip off to get all of these horrible bugs out of out from the armor. You can all outdistance them. The room is big, so you move back and kind of hopping and skipping and slapping your way towards this big door. At which point, one of
Get a
you,
recording of that R34. That'll sell on Matrix.
R34 is standing near the blinking door. By the way, the room, these things are spreading out still at ground level. I don't know if anybody wants to open that next door, but as you approach that big, thick, cylindrical round doorway, a face pushes through on Astral. Hey, Phil, what's going on? I missed that. I'm having a ball, cockroach. Oi, slow down, man. Save some for the rest of us. As they're just chewing on Cat. Thank you. I didn't get all of that, but I'm definitely doing some. So Cat is busy tearing off her armor and like slapping these things, shaking out her stuff. Doesn't have to go like down to anything too revealing, but definitely you got to take your armored coat off. Anything else has to kind of get a good shakeout as you move away from this. You see the Astral detective poke their face through the door, inquiring what's going on. You're all back in the same room, and somebody who I don't know, I guess Arsenio, because you're right near there, hits the button, the big green open button, and the massive door begins to slide out of the way and retreat into the wall, and you can see this massive room beneath. You were already in a large room. This next room dwarfs it in comparison. Roughly rectangular. It's a massive chamber, probably close to 150 feet, maybe 200 feet across. Almost square, but there's a slight in a recess towards where your door is opening. You see other smaller recesses with other blast doors blocking the sides. And you see in front of you a railing, maybe 20 feet in front of you. Human-sized, regular metal railing going in a large circular path around the room. It's dim in here, but as you pan your flashlights around and your vision mods pick up, it's a perfect circle in the floor, inset, and a huge metallic door can open in the floor, currently closed. This is this massive circular launch tube.
Mhm.
You see the glint of metal and glass on the far side. You see a glass wall. You see, it almost looks like you're in ancient times by the walls and the bare bones. Actually, oh, sorry, you're right. The lights are coming on as you walk into the room. It's got enough technology that it senses when the people step into the room, and it begins to illuminate. But this room does not have that sterile, like fluorescent light glow. Instead, you see these brilliant, slow starlight sparkle bursts, mimicking constellations in front of you, hanging in the air, the massive chamber extending upwards 50, 60, 70 feet to another massive door in the ceiling. And suspended from it on almost invisible wires, you see these little glowing lights begin to turn on. First all together, and then strange little patterns flickering like starlight chandeliers, illuminating, lighting up the space as you go in. You see, instead of the sterile metal railing that you kind of expected, the top has this white stone, beautiful finish. You see, under the thick layers of dust, these opulent carpets lining the floor and these pathways, the sterile metal floor, but then in the middle, beautiful, thick rugs, Persian rugs and imported rugs, and some real fur lining the floor, tapestries and artwork on the walls. You see places where there were other artworks, massive paintings or statues, but kind of pulled down and removed, leaving kind of a dusty, blank space, a testament to what once hung there. This has been heavily modified and turned into a luxury entrance hall. The floor itself marked with this kind of, after a while, you see on the far side a lit up glass display and as these images start to populate. Images, some from outside, some from all around the world. A projector hidden very well in the ceiling, beaming down on the far side from where you entered, against a glass surface that's kind of down here. What was once probably a chamber from which a control room monitored the process of missiles is now acting as a projector screen. And you can see the dust just that you've kicked up. You see the brilliant light, like an old-fashioned like slideshow projector, leaving a massive beam cutting through the dust. And on the far wall, you see these beautiful pictures, and you can see some of them are images of this space and other rooms that you may have yet to see. Maybe they were somewhere else. Maybe they were here. You can see pictures of balls, video footage of people dancing on the silo that you were standing in front of. Used as a ballroom, a greeting way. There's computers here, old, but still functional. There is technology, probably state-of-the-art at the time, but now 40 years old and left on automate. What do you want to do?
Well, have a look around and see if there's any
We're looking around, start digging into the computers, see if they
cool old tech.
It's a weird mishmash. It's not Cold War. I mean, Cold War bones, but 2040s, even early Matrix type feeds. Not quite arrows, certainly not wireless, but you can see there are computers that in the 2040s or 50s might have actually been pretty good. You see a connection panel on the far side, Blitzed, since you asked, next to the chamber, next to where the projector screen is, and even interactive with the projector screen as you go up, almost like a smart board. You can kind of point and tap, turn it into a massive monitor.
Oh my god, I gotta actually use my hands? Lame.
Meanwhile, Kat has now shed any lingering cockroaches, we hope, and re-armoring herself. Arsenio, Kiamar, I'm gonna mess up your name again. Darcy, what's your name one more time? I don't have it written. That's what's messing me up.
Eidolon.
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 I'm gonna write that down. Eidolon.
Eidolon.
All right.
Yeah.
Close enough. All right. Can I get anyone looking around? His Excellency and Kiamar and anybody else who wants to join them, do a perception check. You can add mods and stuff. Blitzed, however, you're going after the computer, so I'm going to get you to do a computers plus intuition check. It's not the same as a. I guess that's the same as a perception check in Matrix, but it's old tech. So there is going to be a negative here. Let's say a -2 to your dice pool.
Gonna fail, but here goes.
4 hits.
3 hits for me.
Hot damn.
3 for Arsenio.
3 for me. Yeah.
2 for His Excellency. 3 or 4 for Kiamar.
I got 9 for Matrix Perception.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, you did. Oof.
Wow, that's to counteract all those ones the cat rolled. All right, everyone perceives the basics. You get that there are 2 other exits from this room, not counting the massive floor door that in theory should be able to open, and another one in the ceiling. You get this. You kind of watch the slideshow for a little while. You can see a little bit through the glass, but on the far side isn't illuminated. But you can get the vague impression that there are banks of computers and something else on the far side of the glass. But the projector screen itself is kind of causing a lot of glare. Blitzed, you step up and just, oh my god. Windows 15. Oh god. Ugh. Heck that. So you quickly determine exactly what kind of computer, what kind of interface this is. It's like back when you were in middle school and they were like, you know, in the old days, people used to use their hands to type on keyboards.
Well, this isn't like too far in the past, right?
This is about 40 years back. 30 to 40 years.
You said like 40, 50, and aren't we 2070?
You're 2080 technically. So almost everything is wireless and icon based. Blitzed.
Depending on how old people are, that they might live through this. That's all I'm saying.
Out of curiosity, Blitzed, what is either your straight up logic, or what's your language rating for English?
That's which language? English? I think the English is native.
Okay, so what's your logic rating?
4.
4? I'm gonna have to make you roll for the more complicated stuff. Here's the thing about the future. Everything is icon based. Very little is legitimate long form text based.
Yeah.
And so
I get that.
Functionally people can read.
I have codes. I mean, I got for knowledge skills, I got news codes, whatnot.
Yeah, but in the future, they take the idea of TLDR, too long didn't read, to the extreme. It's real bookworms and college types and university grads that do the real reading. Everybody else they don't read the newspaper, right? They get the news feed read to them. And if you don't have to read on the regular, you can read, but it's like a grade 3. Being like sounding out certain words, like even grown, intelligent, like high-end people, if you're not specialized, you don't really read much. So you are literate, but that's going to be your cap. So I'm going to make you roll your 4 dice, and if you have the language skill, I'm going to say twice that. So twice logic is going to be your dice pool for determining languages.
Well, that's what happens.
So go for it.
If they actually had the English skill, would they be better at this than being native? That seems odd.
They get double their logic. So in theory, it would be their language skill plus logic.
Okay.
So if they're studied or have like education,
I don't have an education background.
Yeah. So if you didn't go to technical school or college, you didn't have a lot of need to do a ton of reading. All right, do I see 3 successes and no glitch? Yeah. All right, so it takes you a little while. You wouldn't brag about how fast you're reading this, but you managed to follow along as you see like opening instructions. Anytime there's instructions for like enter password, you just drop your password decryptor on here and it chews through this old code in almost no time. So your Matrix
I do have Decrypt
hacking.
as a program from Matrix.
Okay. So I'm going to just buy it. You've got more than 4 dice in that, right?
In what, hacking? Yes.
Yeah. So, well, how many dice do you have total?
8.
8. Okay, so you can buy 2 hits. That's all you need. It is super easy to just power through this old encryption programs. However, if there's anything that's heavily encrypted or weird, we may have to make you roll. But most of the time, you're going to be buying hits. By the way, Bliss would literally be laughing in this room.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there's a,
like, what the hell?
actually, she might be a little bit, like, horrified.
Well, here's the kicker, and the way Shadowrun mechanics work. If you put a Decker and a Technomancer on the same team, you win the Matrix.
Yeah, exactly. And the weird thing here is not the limiting factor of your technical skills. It's the fact that they use a lot of text.
The limiting factor is the age of the equipment that my guy is looking at right now.
It's the age of the equipment, and some of the things that you have to do is read like README files, and that actually slows you down a little bit, even with AR supports. So anyway, you managed to get through, and you can download super basic instructions, and it's you've got control. Sorry?
Blueprints, passcodes, pay data.
Public blueprints accessing, and you download that in pretty quick. You get the basic layout.
Once I download it, I put it on the pan that connects to everybody else's comlink, so they get an overlay of the basic outline of the structure.
All right, so this is vaguely rectangular with a series of rooms around it. This is the main central chamber, and there are 3 chambers to the west, one directly below, which seems to be the main control area. That one says off limits to guests. And then directly east is a series of smaller chambers and a couple of larger chambers. In some of the smaller chambers, in particular, you see right there is the elevator, marked with the really badly drawn E. Cool. Everybody sees that on the map? And that is due east from where you are right now, through a small chamber.
You trust it to function.
There are probably 8 to 12 floors. You start playing an old like tour, bragging about this place with this really opulently dressed woman, beautiful tour guide type PR woman, giving a tour. Hello and welcome to the Hicks Estates. Welcome, honored guests and dignitaries. And you just fast forward through big chunks of it because she goes on at length. Yeah. Play it twice speed. No, that's still not too fast enough. And you see like scrolls of text going by, and you're like, oh. So eventually you get the idea that this is probably 8 stories, most of which were luxury condominiums and guest houses and blah 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 blah. And a couple of things jump out at you. First of all, she does mention we feature state-of-the-art technology, security, and facilities, including a full-feature spa with brand new awakened. Be sure to ask for a brand new awakened facial. You kind of fast forward again for a while, and it.
No, that one's got my interest. Wait, what?
You kind of get bits and pieces along the way. Along with the state-of-the-art technology for the time, it also had state-of-the-art technology for its security systems. So it's got an in-house fusion reactor as a backup generator, so if it ever is off-grid, that can run for 50 years or longer, conveniently. What? I'm telling us what? Anyway, so there's all kinds of features of this place. However, when you click on the bio, and you can all hear this as it's played on the main viewer, and all thanks to our generous benefactor, Gerald Hicks, technical brilliance, blah, 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 blah. You hear a whole list of his accomplishments. generally, he's a purveyor of lover of the arts and culture and history. And on the 8th floor, counting down, they say it's his private apartments. And on the 7th floor is largely given over to a full-size theater as well as a museum of antiquities. And you
What
see
did we come in here for again?
you see quick flashes
An
of
ancient code book.
an ancient code book
Ancient code book.
is what you were asked to find.
Okay, so the next floor is the theater. It's early.
Counting
that
down.
would
So
be
you're
the one
on
that
floor 1 and on floor 7 is the theater and the museum, and floor 8 is the private.
Okay, so we should at least aim for floor 7. And I point this out to everybody. It's like, okay, this thing is saying that there's a theater and a museum of antiquity. So it's either, if it's not in the 7th, then it might be in the personal
Might be in the
residence at 8.
It could be. Yeah.
Could be. I'm not saying it is. It just says it could be. So, can I manipulate the program to at least access the elevators to give us access to where we need to go?
You can certainly try. Roll your hacking. It's not a free buy with 2 hits. So you're going to need to try and get something. A little more than that.
Oh, I gotta do stuff. Okay.
Everybody else, you're
got
looking
one
around.
hit.
Real
Got
crystal.
One hit. That's not gonna do it, is it? Can I do a threshold?
It points the way towards the elevator, but it asks for your guest pass. And you're like, yeah, damn it.
Can I do a threshold for the hacking, a -1, and then re-roll and add that to
Yep.
it?
Yep, you can keep doing that for a while. What's everybody else doing while he's busy tearing the computer system apart? I'm going to say the
I'm
time
probably
limit on
scoping out the
threshold's about a
room,
minute.
seeing if there's any, like, while he's figuring out like the what floor to go to, where to go to next. I'm probably just checking out the
Oh
room, making sure
my
there's
God.
nothing, no critters, like scoping everything out in the room, casing it, and then before
Absolutely.
we decide our next where we're gonna go next, basically sweeping it.
Sir, you sweep the whole room and it is beautiful, but generally speaking, relatively empty. You see some old crystals and glassware. You find, you actually see a bar, a fully serviced bar with maybe real wood on the far side.
This
I'll
may
just
take
drop.
a while.
Yeah, as he's going through the old tech, there's a whole bar service on this
I'm
side.
rolling a shitload of 1s. I keep minusing the dice, but it's 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. At the final, when I have 3 dice left, I get 3 hits.
So you get the impression pretty quickly that on the side where I'm drawing, which is due west, you see these various counters. One of them is just this beautiful, ornate, old-fashioned bar. It looks like there's still glassware and so on over
Nice.
there. So some of you might find your way over towards the liquor. Anybody? Anybody going to the liquor?
Oh, hell yeah.
Absolutely. You see that there, His
Take me a
Excellency?
beer!
All right, goes and grabs. Yeah. All right. So you guys migrate your way over towards the. Yeah, His Excellency's sniffing the bottles. It's the. Oh, that's the good stuff. Meanwhile, in behind that, due west, you see a door that was probably used for service. It's a good like 10 feet wide, but you can see like it is designed to kind of stay open, and pretty quickly you realize, oh, this is, you can get in there if you want to. Anybody want to go in there?
Yes.
Where? Sorry, I didn't follow what that is.
Due west. So yeah, that's.
Oh, I
this
thought that's
room.
what Kiamar and His Excellency were doing. Was going from room to room checking for critters.
Yeah,
Is that not correct?
Not. They said this room, so I'm just wondering if you are going to go into other rooms because this is a massive chamber.
Oh, sure. Okay.
I think you're muted, Steve.
He is.
That was correct. Yeah, my plan was to open all the doors.
Okay.
On the other side of the mall.
All right, so you open this one to the west, and there's another one to the east that you haven't been through, unless you want to try opening the floor or ceiling. You open the door to the west, and you see a well situated, massive kitchen and dining area. This is a place where they would prep for all the guests when they're holding balls and so forth. And there is kind of a fancier path, almost like a faux kind of a channel that allows kind of honored guests to avoid the worst of the kitchen. But if you want to imagine, there's a large rectangular box kind of carved out of this. So there's a hallway, and on the far side is the doors leading into the kitchen proper. You see all these carts and wheelie carts and tables all folded up, massive piles of stacked chairs and so forth. But the hallway itself is mostly clear, and there's an exit to the north and another one through the little massive kitchen. It's like probably a 70-foot kitchen, leading south. Meanwhile, is anybody else going the other way, or are you gonna are you gonna split the party?
Eidolon, if no one's jumping in, during that meanwhile that you asked about earlier, I think that I was actually looking back into the room because I didn't even really notice that there was this entrance that cockroaches could come through. Right, I was looking for signs of creatures, and there wasn't any. So
you can see
having
the cockroaches.
Being slow on the uptake during this hacking and stuff, I think I'm gonna fly down there and see if there's anything going on. Where'd they come from? Is there actually a passage someone can move through? That kind of thing.
So you fly down and you kind of run your hand through them, most of them not moving, and then a couple of them you just barely manage to kind of keep in your essence long enough to kind of sit in your hand as you're almost asking, where did you come from? And you rush your hand and it falls directly through it back onto the floor. I'm giving you that one ghost style.
Cool. All right, sure, I'll take it.
Very, very minor interactions, especially with living things. You go ahead and do a sensing check for me.
Sure. Sensing. Why is this not at the top of my list? That would be convenient. 3 hits.
Nice.
2
all right.
Fail. Yeah, fine.
You don't speak cockroach. I mean, you're not His Excellency, but
I do not speak cockroach.
You get a sense of where they're coming from. They've been in here. This is their world. They live in these compounds, in these walls, pipes, floors, ceiling.
Right.
Home is deep below, and always has been, as long as they can remember.
Right. So the passageways that they're moving through are not necessarily relevant. Is what it seems like. Okay, there is connection that is interesting, but
we're talking pipe size, drain size things that maybe, and actually, you get the impression some of the air chambers, like where the air filtration comes through, those might be passable by a person, but you just get these little flickers of visions of where these things live and how they survive, and the main colony is deep beneath, and that's about all you get for that.
All right, that's fine. That's just what I would have been doing. That's really
meanwhile,
what that is.
Directly south was the control room glass and the computer interface that Blitzed is. Is anybody staying with Blitzed?
I'll stay with Blitzed. Yeah.
All right, so Arsenio and Blitzed are staying in the main chamber. Blitzed is not great company right now, as he's kind of poking through in the computer and cursing softly to himself. I'm assuming. I don't want to put words in your mouth. There it is. Now you do know. And you're kind of flipping idly through the map. You do know that directly east, through a chamber on the east side of the room that nobody else has gone through yet, is the hallway leading to the main elevators. Are you going to stick around or wait for the rest?
I think that I probably am not taking too much time. I can move quickly, and I seemed like there wasn't much to learn, so it didn't occupy me very long.
No, that's fair.
And I think I was present, either I've come in now and have been present, or I was present before I left when Blitzed was talking about the different floors to go to. We should go all the way down to 7 or something, right?
Right, you did. Yeah, you can definitely leap around the rooms and take stock.
Because what I'm understanding is that everything underneath here for the next few floors is just condominiums, and then the 7th floor is the theater with the museum. And then after that is the personal residence of the person that put this together.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'll quickly manifest, just appearing as this ghostly figure, so that I can speak with Blitz. You're not dual natured, right? Even though you're
No, I'm not dual natured.
Okay, I didn't think so, but I don't know anything about changelings, so maybe.
I just got hit with the surge. My body pretty much mutated.
Just had to ask.
That's cool. No.
So I manifest. And you say, probably take a look pretty quickly.
Trying to access said elevator so everybody else can get inside the elevator, and we can go down to the 7th. And
nice.
Let's go ahead. See if there's any life signs.
Sure thing. So, Eidolon quickly scouts around on various places in the floor. So like directly south, you go into this control chamber that's also just an opulent office as well. It's kind of part uh, uh, control center for the whole facility, but also kind of a place where presumably somebody in power could kind of observe their guests without being observed.
brevity's sake. For brevity's
Yeah.
sake, I think I'm less interested in what's going on here. Like people are looking at this. I want to like see if I can go down through the floors, or if there's actually earth in the way or to stop me or something, and see if I can just like give a broad perception at each floor and see if there's any threats. That's all. I'm just doing a quick threat assessment.
Absolutely. So you press through the main chamber's massive floor door that would originally have been opened for admitting a missile. And you press and it resists, and then, and for a second as you press through the floor, you go through all these different decades of this place, just washing over you. It's just like, you see installations of beautiful lights, and you see, like, heels as you get eye level with the floor. You see this fancy set of heels and this lambada dance going on in the middle, and polite clapping from really, really rich people. And then just below that, as you sink in, you sense the worker who's like installing things. You go back further, and it begins to get jumbled up with soldiers who were in charge of this gate. Eventually, you drop out of the metal door and into this massive open central chamber that spirals down. Like you can see these rings all the way down at regular intervals with walkways and beautiful railings, off of which it's almost like the outside of a building, like a tall tower with balconies, but all the balconies are facing inwards. And you can see these various rooms. The main levels, the rooms themselves are not illuminated. The various condominiums inside are not illuminated right now. But the main area does have a sort of street light feel, as certain lights have now come on, just dimly illuminating the space. Everything is awash with little wisps of hope and fear, and it's a very jumbled place to be. In the background, this background count of danger and ominous death by nuclear fire is hard to totally tune out, because that's the origin of this place. You're still hovering, flying your astral form in the middle of all of this, and you're just listening and sensing, feeling. Can I get you to do another sensing check?
Perfect. First question before I jump into that. I have a quality called Perceptive, and it specifically calls out that it gives bonus dice not just to perception, but to astral perception. And I don't know if that applies to a sensing or not, is what I was asking.
It does. It absolutely does.
Okay. So I will...
In a moment, by the way, we will be taking a break. So I appreciate your patience.
I would also like to, I think, because I'm kind of hoping to boost my signal, so to speak, I think I'll tap my edge for six extra dice.
Do it.
Cool. And I don't know how to do that, so I'm just going to roll them separately. So, sensing. That should have gone through. That was only 2, and it's got a yellow. Oh, it's just because it has a 1 in it, I guess. And then I'll also add my 6 edge.
Absolutely. Any 6s you roll pop, by the way.
Okay, so that's only...
Okay, so roll one more d6, because one of them rolled a 6.
Okay,
and it's
so
just
4 total.
4 total.
Glad I did that.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's like you're sifting in fast forward. In the same way that Blitzed was going through footage fast, you're sensing emotions in this place as quickly as possible. Sometimes flittering your astral form, ducking to different locations around this chamber. A couple of things. You're specifically sensing for threats. This place seems empty, and yet there's still a sense of danger here. You do sense some life below. It's hard to tell exactly what. You also get little snatches of almost like flashback. People moving in. Oh, darling, this place is delicious. Oh, it's so wonderful. We'll be so protected from any of those meta types down here. You've zipped to another apartment where you see a newborn kind of just happily gurgling in a crib for a moment, and then they're gone. You see the rise and fall of various stockbrokers and other successful people. You see a sense of criminals and just everyday humdrum rich ass folk. You also at one point that catches, this is your fourth one, catches a glimpse of someone who looks familiar. Gerald Hicks and his personal assistant, that opulent looking PR woman. And she says something like, Jerry, I have to tell them something, Jerry. I don't think I can keep them, but look, I just... Fine. Liquidate all the other assets. I don't really care. This place, we sell last. Look, we could do really well if we open it. Listen. All right? I'm not going to sell my collections. Fine, sell the cars. That's fine. You know what? Keep the Aston Martin and the Ferrari. And the bikes. Gerald, we need liquid... I know we need liquid assets, but... And the collection? No. I'm going to talk to someone. They're not getting that. And then he says something. A word in a I'm going to need you to do a logic check. And what languages does Iloid, or whatever the hell your name is, speak?
I speak Sparethial natively. That's allowed, right? You can take that as a native.
Totally. You
Got
grew
it.
up down there.
English, Orzet, Japanese, French, German, Spanish, Salish, Mandarin, and some Celtic.
Can I get you to roll logic plus Salish?
Cool. All right. So it's intuition on the sheet, so I will change it to logic for this test, even though the book says intuition. And I'll swap it back.
Two
That
hits.
is 2 hits.
Almost a glitch.
Oh, is it? I didn't check. Oh,
It's
yeah.
not. It's not, but it's
Nice.
almost.
Yeah.
It's not Salish, and you know that.
Okay.
But there's something somewhat familiar with that, and it's such a small snippet, is what he says. You're not sure,
Okay. That's something.
but it's
something.
somewhere along those lines.
Cool.
Vaguely.
Main questions are just, as far as threat assessment goes, nothing stands out on any of the floors, but like maybe deeper there's something.
A living threat, certainly. There is still it's hard to pick out from the sense of general danger, which is far distance in the past. If you had to say...
So as far as like life signs, I'm not finding anything, but I also can't be confident there is nothing.
The only thing... With 4 hits, you get the sense that there may be the threat of neglect. The old rot that takes everything. Stone.
Cool.
Life.
And the
and
second
metal.
question is that like specific conversation that stood out to me for some reason. Is there a floor that it's either on or associated with? Because obviously he's talking about this collection, and I assume we're just gonna like compare notes and be like, yeah, it's 4-7. Yeah, we knew that already, but or whatever.
So you see that it was actually on floor 5 that they had this conversation. But when he said those words at the very end that you couldn't make sense of, he definitely looked down and then back up at this woman and says,
"Cool,
they're not taking it all."
Okay,
and
so
it ripples and the whole image of it disappears. All right, cut back to the rest of you as you begin to basically find your way, I'm assuming, towards the elevator. I will note one thing on the main floor. Who got more than 5 on perception? Any of you? Way back? All right. Good to know. Anyway, okay. You got you're muted again, I think there, Steve. You got a 1. I saw that.
If I can pretend if you just really need to get that plot point out.
No, it's all good. All right. So we're going to take a little break. Let's take 10 minutes now. And we'll be back in a few minutes as you guys begin to delve deeper into the ancient silo. All right.
Cool.
Any
Fun
questions that
times.
you guys want to say or do before we cut?
I'm good.
We do
I'm
need
good.
a product, either internet or players. We
Well, I
need a
got one.
product. Oh, you
I
got a
got
product.
Chat,
What?
really.
What's
Oh yeah, it's all me this time. I'll do it when we come back.
absolutely? I'm just curious. What's the product though? What was the suggestion?
Oh, it's Geordie McDurden's excellent parazoological wildlife tours.
Awesome. All right, so we'll come back to that in just a little bit. Thanks everybody, and we'll return in about 10 minutes. Well then. All right, internet, we're coming back. We're coming back. We're back. Oh, we're not yet. Will do. All right, hi internet. We're back from our break. Thanks very much for sticking with us. We're playing some Shadowrun tonight. 5th Ed. We're not going to do the whole recap, but we do have a word from our made-up sponsors. All right. Of course, nerd. I mean, come on. So we're gonna kick it over to our ad man, the madman himself, His Majesty, or His Excellence, the Sasquatch, Steve. Do it.
Are
Go
you
on.
feeling like you have a lack of adventure in your life? Are you feeling like you need to add a little bit of spice, a little bit of risk, a little bit of romance? Well, I suggest you book a tour to the Tier Tangier Borderlands. Oh, there can be lines too.
Yeah, if you pay extra, you get
shuttles
lines.
Leaving from VTOL shuttles leaving from Seattle on an hourly basis will take you to the grandest adventure of your lifetime. Geordie McDurden's excellent parazoological wildlife tours. Go see the majestic man-bear pig. And if you're lucky, catch sight of a Sasquatch. And in the fall season, you may even be lucky enough to experience the cockroach migration of a lifetime. Minimum of 9,000 cockroaches pouring out of every hole in the ground. Don't worry, you'll be in our transparent steel-clad safari buses, safe, able to enjoy the sights. Come now for a low price of $99.99 on Geordie McDurden's Parazoological Wildlife Tours.
Nice job. Thanks very much. I don't even know if that's going to play with me being away from the main screen here. There it is.
Yeah,
Nice, nice. All right, and we're back. Thank you very much. We also have another sponsor, which we'll hear from that later on tonight. So without further ado, we're going to dive back into the adventure deep beneath the ground in a silo that was once dedicated to missiles, now dedicated to ego. One man's folly is another man's below? Anyway, let's dive in. All right, you are deep beneath. Nice. He was talking right to you, Gredstick. It's true. All right, and don't forget, viewers, we do take viewer suggestions, plot points, and sound effects, so feel free to dive in. All right, so without further ado, we're going to find our way back deep underground into the silo. For the sake of brevity. Actually, no brevity here. Elo, what's your name? Darcy?
Eidolon.
You
can break it down. I do like a deer and lun, like the word lun.
Eidolon.
I guess.
Yeah. Eidolon. All right, like lung, but with a G ripped off of it. All right, like you do.
Sure.
All right. Booking now, easy installment plan. You betcha. Just remember to put us in your. Oh, I'm getting all kinds of pictures here. Sorry.
That's a good one too.
Yeah, I like that. All right, so we are diving back beneath the main complex here as you wind your way further and further. You've checked out the kitchen area. You checked out kind of a massive supply room. You can even see the main control room filled with ancient computers and an opulent kind of office. You kind of wind your way back from there. You also see on the north side, again, more massive storage compartments. And then you kind of make your way over to this really beautiful, almost like a cruise ship style antechamber leading to the main elevator. To the north seems like some private guest rooms and a variety of meeting chambers and conference rooms and beautiful kind of just beautiful off rooms where people could go from the main party, the main floor center of the place being the ballroom. You kind of get the idea that further this way might be more technical or kind of running the place. Kind of you see a few more of those leads of power lines and pipes, evidence that this area might have been for staff to the south here of the room off of the elevator area. So you are now back in the main chamber. You've scouted this main floor. What do you want to do?
Have I returned or not?
Sure.
Cool. I reemerge, manifest. Doesn't seem to be any threats. Something might still be active down there, but nothing alive that I could find. Seems like what'd you call it? Like a museum or something? There's some kind of collection down there, so that sounds like a promising lead. Really held on to it hard.
Was I able to activate the elevators to get us down to the 7th floor?
At the last one where you got that 3 hits, finally got the elevator working. And I mean just. So you kind of notice that at this point you're jumping around like, yes, haha. And my dad said you'd never amount to anything as a rigger. Should have gone into hacking. Booyah. Nah. So
the
you
nuns at St. Clarence told me this was going to happen.
you definitely get the impression that this is the main elevator, and it in itself is 25 feet wide, 15 feet deep, mirrored around the sides, beautiful. It's been clearly kind of it was probably once a very serviceable military
no expense, right?
elevator, but in this place it looks like they've tacked on a bunch of extra glass and beauty and a chandelier hanging above. It's probably about 20 or 25 feet tall as well.
Yeah, I will not be standing under the chandelier in the elevator.
All right, you do walk up. Boop, you use your access code in a kind of superimposing.
In the AR.
Actually, it doesn't have AR interface, but it does have old school computer interface. So
RFID tags?
Not even. You actually do manage to get a passcode. Beep, beep, boop, beep.
Oh, wow. I actually have to type it. Oh, my
That you type into the elevator. Now, it also has retinal scan and fingerprint, so you could spend the time to insert that.
Could I do that? Could I insert my information into that?
Sure. Let's say that with that third success. Yeah, we'll say you got you eventually got with that third success enough that you could put a profile in there, and you now see, oh, there's retinal and there's fingerprint scan, so you can put some of those in. We'll say for now just yours. Do you want to do anybody else?
But I got retinal. Yeah,
well,
I'll
you can let somebody else do it.
Stand here and smile.
And goes up with the flashlight, blasts a camera light off of your pan, like right into everybody's eyes. They're all like, "Oh god,
sorry."
So you take those retinal codes, drop them on a data bomb to explode when you're done on a timer, but as well, so that none of that data will exist in this system when you're finished. And then, because you're not in total loop. Yeah, but for now it's in there. Yeah, and then everybody can go ahead and unlock various rooms and chambers, at least on this floor, and in public access areas. So you can control the elevator. So there is a staircase as well. You spot on the, I'll put here, hold on. S marks stairs. So let me just jump over to that for a
It's
second.
your guys' call if you want to take the elevator or stairs.
It's up to you.
I'm good for either one. Just so you know, but we're still going down 70 friggin' feet.
Who-
So
At least. Who votes stairs?
I vote stairs.
I vote stairs.
I'll
And-
take stairs.
Okay. And Sasquatch? I didn't hear your vote, sorry.
I think
Stairs
you
or
took
elevator? Stairs,
No,
okay.
stairs.
Anybody voting elevator?
I abstain from the vote.
You can hover.
Fine, we'll take the stairs then.
All right.
I'm not gonna. The will of the party goes. It's like, all right, well, we'll go.
Okay, so you kind of walk past, almost lingering look towards this beautiful, ornate elevator with all this wood paneling and
So pretty.
mirrors and a chandelier.
Everybody's going to the stairs, and I'm like, it's right there.
And you walk through, and these are clearly not actually designed. They left these pure function, not fashion.
And
And-
how old is this thing? It's liable to fall without connection.
Well, this is the thing.
Semantics.
I mean, the whole thing is over a century, probably approaching 140 years old. This whole complex. It was
But
retro.
elevator was in use.
It was
you know,
in
you-
at least the
yeah.
2040s, at least.
Yeah.
So it's at
If
least
anything, it'll be an interesting ride
30
down.
years old.
I mean, you could take it. Let everyone know at the bottom.
No, I'm not splitting the party.
All right.
Howard.
See you later.
All right, so you
I'll
go
take
through
the
kind of
damn
the
stairs.
service area, and then on. It's much more stark here. You get to the more plain walls. They still did some decorations, but it's much more Spartan in these areas. And you open up this massive chamber, and it's a double width, like good 25 feet wide, almost the size of the elevator, a little deeper, and it's these switchbacks, and kind of there's a little landing and then another switchback and another landing, all the way winding down. And you kind of look at it. It's a variety. Most of the landings are concrete pads, but most of the stairs themselves are this iron and steel composite metal stairs that you can see down through. And you just kind of peek through, and you're using. I mean, the light here is on, but you look down, and the sound, this kind of hollow echo in this space is just like, oh, okay, this is it goes down a ways.
Before I descend, I'm going to look into the elevator where he was working at, and I'm going to take a look at all the different numbers. What's the lowest number, or the highest number, if you will?
The highest number is
Is it 7, 8, 9?
the highest number is 8, but do a perception check for me.
Perception is 6. Three successes.
Nice.
3 successes. All right. There's something asymmetrical about the way that it's laid out, which is the first clue. And then you're like, and you whip out your survival knife. Just, it's always quick to hand. You do a little prying at the kind of faux or maybe real mahogany that they've built this panel out of. And you kind of pry at one section where a button should be, and you scrape away the varnish, and you see there's a little circle where there would be another one. You spend a few seconds prying as the others kind of take a look. It sounds like they're getting a little further away. Do you want to keep prying, or you want to join them? Let them get ahead? What do you want to do? There's something weird about this particular panel. It looks like there's something underneath here.
Pry it open.
All right. Can I get you to do a let's do a blades check? See how effectively carve at this. It's the gold coin slot. You're absolutely right. I see in chat. Thank you, Beard of Twigs. I know.
No, that was referring to something else. But sure. That was the cost of the premium pass for the zoological tour.
Oh, I see. No, this elevator takes gold coins.
But this could require gold coins.
It's
It's like a futuristic version of Dave and Buster's for the rich. Is that
Yep.
what it is?
Yeah, exactly. You have to be this rich to take this ride.
Yeah.
How'd you do there, Cat?
The plebs use the stairs.
You must be this poor to take the stairs. Kootenai is lagging out. I can't hear you, dude.
3 successes.
Nice. All right, so you pry away for a few seconds and carve back the wood in this section, and then gives way with a little pop. And underneath, you can see there is a key slot, a little where a button would be, and you can kind of just make at the edge of a 9th floor below. But it needs a key slot to access. Now that is underneath the main panel, and that looks old tech, probably original installation.
My purpose for doing this, I'm going to go down the stairs, but I'm going to push the button for the number 7 before I go down the steps. I want to push that button and jump out of there so that I can actually see.
Absolutely. Now your internet feed keeps cutting out on me, but he's sending the elevator down. I'm glad we got that much from him before he froze. Either that or he's one hell of a dedicated actor.
Make a reaction test to not get stuck in the elevator.
Wasn't that a TikTok challenge
Yeah.
at some point?
It's suddenly so fast that he can't even get out. That's the last we heard of Cat. Actually,
Yeah.
internet, do you want me to make that happen? Send a plot point. Anybody? Anybody?
Just boot him? No.
All right, we'll find out what happened to Cat and Kootenai in just a few minutes. Meanwhile, the rest of you are heading down the stairs. I love it. I love.
Oh,
good.
All right.
that's not good.
So, the rest of you are heading down these stairs, switchback after switchback. Can I get perception checks? Oh, and Cat. Kootenai is back.
Yeah, I'm not walking down.
What are you doing?
I'm going to use my grappling hook, and then I'm going to rappel down. Like
There is a
just
very narrow gap in the middle. You could probably squeeze through. Every couple floors you'd need to do a little jimmy. But you can do that. Do a grappling gun skill roll to see how well you anchor that.
Yeah, repelling's what, the free fall skill for some reason?
Yes.
I think so. Yeah.
yeah. Let me.
What a weird skill.
Or if you
Yeah.
have the grappling gun skill, you could use that too.
Right, well, one's to attach it, right? And
Yeah,
one's to
yeah.
repel.
Can I use gymnastics skill to like leap from landing to landing?
Hold on. There's a sound effect for this, and I get to play them, I think, for free, or I have a lot. It's in there. Internet, there is a relevant one in here. Where the fuck did it go? I don't know where it went. Parkour. It's in there. Keep looking. All right, maybe not.
Michael Scott and Dwight Schrute.
Exactly. Parkour.
Parkour.
All right, so you guys parkour.
Only one hit for the grappling gun.
Ooh, all
Yeah,
right.
3 ones.
You fire it into the ceiling on the first floor. You're like, yeah, that works. Oh, 3 ones?
Not a full glitch. He's got
Not
some dice.
7. Hold on. 6. That would be 7. It wouldn't be. That's on the line, my good sir. That could be half. So I'm gonna ask you to do me a favor. Roll roll your edge rating.
I mean, you gave me a glitch for it.
I don't know if you
Your
can see that, but
I had 11 dice, and I rolled 4 because we were reducing it, right?
A 6 and a 1.
You did round down for the 5, is what I'm saying.
Okay. I did well. Yeah. It's right on that line. Okay, a 6 and a 1. God damn it. All right, roll one more d6.
so
A 1.
Oh, there it is.
Okay,
Good.
there it is.
All right. It succeeded because you got a success.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. You pull on it. All right, anchored. All right, so you go ahead and make your free-falling check or repelling. You're going to have an assisted climb, though, so I'm going to give you 2 extra dice.
Okay.
Generous. I guess it's not a free fall, it is a repel, so that does make sense. Yeah, okay.
Sorry, I just had to throw that.
2 hits and 3 ones.
2 hits. All right, 3 ones. You're okay. You're rolling 8 dice this time, so you are clear of glitch land. But yeah, so you're moving pretty quick as you go. The rest of the party, ting ting ting, down the steps, pausing on the concrete platform down the steps. Parkour boy, how'd you do?
I rolled 8 dice. I got 2 hits and 4 ones.
Nice.
So,
It feels appropriate.
See, I love it when the dice tell the story. It just makes it so much easier on me.
I'm just kind of walking gently down the damn stairs, staying closer to the wall where the main support is for him, and I'm not doing this crazy kind of
I was
shit.
gonna ask for an order, but we're gonna be going Kiamar, His Excellency. Arsenio, where are you walking? Or what are you doing?
I'm just following right behind.
Okay,
Yeah,
you
I mean,
and
the fastest
Blitzed.
people are gonna be first, right? So
Yeah.
should
You
be
and
okay.
Blitzed are walking away.
Sure, what the hell?
We still don't know what the hell's going on with Cat, and the Astral Boy is just like keeps going and then being like, "Oh, right, they have to move at the speed of meat." And you keep going back up.
Meat
Space
sucks.
sucks.
All right, so a couple things happen in kind of quick order. So, first things first, let's resolve this in order that we rolled. Kiamar, you're about the 4th floor, descending at this point, Zzz, down the line, just kind of scouting as you go, ready for any threats. And you see his little flashes of fur above you as His Excellency just hopping from balcony sequence to concrete steps to steel and just grabbing and leaping over kind of in your wake. As you're zzz, down, all of a sudden you feel a little shudder as His Excellency clips your rappelling line on a quick leap. The vibrating string taunt like a guitar string. And that's enough vibration that it starts to, you don't see this, but way up at the top, that little bit of vibration, that little metal hook that's driven into the concrete starts vibrating back and forth. And you got this little sway and you steady yourself. Let's hear it. I still, oh, there it is. And as you get this little sway back and forth, it starts to wiggle and wiggle. And then all of a sudden, the line, just the anchor point in the concrete in the ceiling above just pulls loose, and you just get this weird sensation in your stomach, like at the very beginning of the run when that lav just suddenly fell, rising up in your gullet as you plunge into free fall. I'm gonna need you to do it either gymnastics or a free fall check. The threshold is different for either of those. So which one do you want to pick?
I'm doing gymnastics because when I felt the wiggle I'm basically gonna kick off like an edge to basically land
To try to get yourself over to a railing or something. All right, go ahead and roll it.
And okay. Gymnastics.
Time slows down as everyone's just like, wait, what's that? Pew! You hear it let go. 10
I
dice?
got 10 dice, yes.
10 dice, 2 hits. You go to kick off the railing, you're like, I'll be fine so long as and your foot misses the railing just right between, and then hits, like you kick, it hits like between 2 rods in the railing and slides down to the bottom and cracks on the bottom of the thing. And instead of pushing you towards, it flips you into this end over end spin as you fall. 3rd floor, 2nd floor. Edge?
Yeah, sure. How does that work again?
If you
with 2 hits, you'd stop your fall, but just take a lot of damage. But no.
the threshold was pretty high. Because like you have milliseconds to respond.
Fair enough.
So you get to spend your edge points. You spend one of your edge points, and that allows you to re-roll any failures of the last roll that you just did. Temporarily, your edge rating kind of drops, but don't delete it or anything because it refreshes if you at a later time, maybe.
So I'll roll 86.
Yep.
Okay, so now I'm at 5 hits.
Okay, 5 hits. So you were ass over tea kettle backwards. You've definitely hurt your ankle, but you don't have time to process how much damage that is. And you've managed to just kind of angle your spin and like just flatten out as far as you can, hoping that part of your body hits something to slow your fall. So on the second from the bottom floor, which is floor 6, you hit the railing as you flatten straight out your legs, and it catches you. Now you're flipping backwards, so you catch it in basically the lower lumbar back. And fortunately, you bend your knees to kind of catch yourself and slam upside down. It's like the worst playground hang. And your head cracks against the concrete. Your back has smashed into this railing, and you've earlier cracked your ankle real bad off of the floor. So I'm gonna say you're resisting 8 physical with your body and half damage. Probably not enough to kill you.
Does any armor apply to this? I feel like probably no, but
Half of his armor applies because
my armor?
I mean some of the padding might protect like his lower back, that kind of thing.
Seems reasonable.
Okay.
Yeah, it would.
It's not enough to like. It's not designed for this, but it will help.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4 hits.
4 hits, so you're going to be taking 4 physical. Now you can spend edge on those if you prefer, or you can just take it. Depends on how. I think you only have 3 edge, so you get 2 left.
Yeah. I wouldn't spend an edge just on 3 dice.
All right, so you're going to be taking 4 physical overflow as you're just like, oh, that you feel some ribs pop. At some point, your ankle is just throbbing, but it's the low back that's just. You heard something pop, and you're like, ah. Okay. Everybody just saw this happen and sees the line just, and you hear him bounce, bing, 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 and hit on the 6th floor below you. Those who are walking kind of slow.
Are you down? Are you okay down there?
Are you okay?
Too quiet, didn't pick up.
Muted.
I just say, ow. Yeah, I'm still alive.
Okay, good. All right, that's over.
Yeah, no, I was just letting you know the Discord didn't pick it up because it's got the noise gating, right?
So Kiamar, you do the world's most annoying sit-up to kind of get your hands up on the railing and flip yourself over, and your lower back is just screaming at you. It's like the worst nightmare of a 40-year-old. Hey yo, ho, ho. Hey, I live that life. All right. Anyway, so you're just like, oh, that's gonna hurt in the morning. And you get yourself up. You are on the 6th floor currently.
Does he have a biomonitor on his comlink at all?
I don't know. Did you guys equip those? You can decide.
I'm guessing camera would.
How far away am I from him where he lands?
So all this goes down, and you're like, parkour, and you are on the. You were on the. I'm counting negative because it's annoying. So you were only on the 3rd floor down when he fell, or 4th floor. Let's say between the two. He was a little below you, and after your next 2 leaps, you now see him down there, and you're like, oh. And so you're kind of braced yourself on the railing, and as you're bracing, the whole platform, the whole section of metal stairs that you pause and look over to see if he's okay, your weight just causes it to shift, and just a couple of the rivets give way that have just been super ancient rivets. Down here, they didn't expect to use these, certainly not under the weight of a massive, how tall? 9 foot?
I'm looking back at Arsenio going, that elevator don't look so bad now, does it?
And the whole section of stairs it once was attached to the wall, and now just that whole section you're leaning on just goes, the one side drops like a gate.
I go back up. I'm going back. I'm going to take the elevator. Fuck
His
yeah, I'm taking
Majesty,
the
I
elevator.
need you to do a gymnastics check to see how well you take this fall.
I'm going to do gymnastics. How far down do I think the floor is? Split second thinking.
All the way down?
Yeah.
You're on the 3rd floor from the top, so it's a good 6 stories down, and you can't even see that far. You're just basing on what you know. Sorry, was that
standard,
Carl?
like 10-foot stories, or are they higher than that?
They're a little taller than your average story. I don't know if you talked, Carl. It sounded like you.
It's,
No.
Okay. It's a
'Cause,
long ass way. That's a definitive term. Like if you were to measure a very long donkey.
Right.
long donkey. That's a
the
giraffe, right?
The long donkey way down. All right.
Well, if I'm going to fall with stairs or without stairs, I'm just gonna jump.
So you could.
So my plan.
You're leaning over the opening section in the middle when it gives way. Your best bet, other than just hoping to land in the middle in the darkness, is you could grab onto one of the other floors as you go past. That's probably going to be the least painful method. Or you can try to take it down, but it is. I mean, each floor is probably about.
I don't want to crush him. Like he's underneath me somewhere.
Somewhere.
And I'm like, I feel bad because I kind of twanged his guitar string here, so I'm gonna like edge this and jump all the way to the ground.
All right.
Because
I love it.
Gymnastics and Sasquatch,
I'm gonna just point out that the average floor height is probably about 25 feet, because these are military installations. So you've got 6 floors down to the known opulent apartment. 6 times 25.
About 150 feet.
About 150 feet.
feet.
And then maybe more below, but you know of the 8th floor down. It is a hell of a long way down.
Yeah, I'm gonna be a crazy person and jump.
All right.
Like try to jump across and get my claws into whatever kind of cement wall, and
just
maybe that'll help.
Just
Maybe
kind of Wolverine scratch your way down.
Pretty much.
All right, we'll see what your
Let's see how this
gymnastics
goes.
soaks, and then any overflow will be soaked by your body. And meanwhile, just for fun, in the giant Shadowrun book that I have in my hands, I'm gonna look up falling damage. No reason.
Yeah. I got one. Ooh. Okay. It could be worse. I did get 5 hits.
Okay. Any glitches?
No, 2 ones, but I was rolling 10 dice. 5 hits.
All right.
Oh no, damage resistance.
So let me just look up how far we're talking here. Falling damage. Yowfin, if you remember off the top of your head, just let me know.
It's on. I have a roll for it. It's called falling protection. It's body plus inherent something.
Okay.
It's body. I don't know. It adds up to 21
Damage
dice or
value
something.
equal to the number of meters fallen. With an AP of -4, use body plus armor to resist this damage.
Yep.
I
That's what
can
it is.
change it if you're landing in softer landing, or make it worse if you land. You will fall 150 meters in the second combat turn, so you actually get some freaking free fall here.
Wow.
Oh.
150 meters.
So 50 meters times 3. So yeah, you'll hit the bottom at the end of this turn. So you got 5 hits. I'll count those as resistance success. You are falling. Yeah, you're falling about 50 meters.
So I'm just gonna jump and go tuck and roll.
Can we get that just in case? No reason. One more time for the camera. Tuck and roll. Yeah! Leroy! All right.
Jenkins.
Okay, so Here's how this
Almost.
happens.
It's not quite that bad.
So take your armor rating, whatever it is. Take away 4 dice from that dice pool.
Okay. Wait. So my armor rating
Minus
take away
4.
4, and then add my body back into that.
And add your body
Yep.
into it. Might I recommend edging this? Just saying.
Edge.
Yeah, I'm gonna add the dice from the start. Go for the whole.
All
6
right.
thing.
Yep. So go
Come
ahead and
on.
roll.
See, this is what Shadowrun's about. This is why you play Shadowrun.
Let's see a close up of all them dice one more time.
This right here. This is what Shadowrun's about.
Oh, that's a lot of d6s. All right,
Okay.
man. Go ahead and roll.
Oh yeah.
Shrugging 50 points of damage.
Holy shit.
Ooh, not bad.
He's already
actually.
got 5.
So we're down to 45.
Okay, how many 6s? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 6s out of that.
Ouch.
So
That
down
didn't
to
help at all.
41.
Okay, minus 9. off of
Minus
that.
9 more. Okay. So
We're down
so
to
it was 40
32.
down to 32. Do you want to roll any of those failures, including the 6s that explode?
Yeah, you can make your 6 explode, which
Okay,
means you
yeah,
reroll
it's my last
anything that
edge
misses
point.
6.
I will reroll those
Now,
failures.
the other option before you roll this edge point is you can just permanently cook off the edge point, and by
Well,
some goddamn miracle, you succeed and survive.
Sorry, just to jump in there. 6s explode. You re-roll 6s.
If he spent edge
So how much
before,
damage am I looking at right now?
you
Can I
right
actually
now.
backtrack? I just realized something.
What's that?
His Excellency is dual natured. Can I do anything?
Do you have levitate?
Well, I just mean like I have a astral projection. I don't know if that lets me do anything. I don't have levitate now.
Okay.
But
if
that's
you had
yeah.
if you had levitate,
Sorry.
I would also
Yeah.
say if you caused enough impact style damage to him to push him, you might be able to impact have a bit of a change in this. So Steve, currently, if my math is correct, you started at 50, we dropped that by 5. So that's 45 damage. Then you're going to take away 9 more from your shrug. So you're looking at, what is that, 36 or 32?
32.
Okay, so you're looking at,
He was down to 41.
right.
Then the 9 hit. That brings it down to 32.
So you're down to 32 points of damage. Your body, your
body
max,
can only take
maybe
10,
14?
12.
Let me
But he's
count.
got a, yeah. How many boxes of body damage do you have?
I can handle 21 more points of damage before I'm instantly dead.
Right, you let it overflow. Gotcha. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So is there anything that can get you down to 21 points of damage? Because you're at 32 right now. Do you have any edge left? You can either cook the edge permanently and survive
Which
by
means you
some
remove it from your sheet. You burn the edge point.
miraculous something. Or you can risk the reroll for any of those failures. The choice is yours, my friend.
I have 9 dice to roll. I need to get rid of 10 points of damage. I'm going to burn that edge.
Burn the edge. Yeah.
So
Burn the
before we do
edge.
just so I know how this works, can I actually, like, theoretically, if I was mentally strong enough, lift a dual-natured being? Where it would, like,
I
their
don't think it
physical
would
form
matter.
would drag
I don't think
behind?
it
don't know how that would
it
work.
wouldn't matter if they were dual natured. The
Okay.
only thing that matters being dual natured is that without
You could
having
target
to
him.
go astral, you can see the astral plane while you see the normal plane.
Yeah.
of
But from
existence.
his perspective on the astral plane, he can see him and cast spells at and through him. So if you
Yes.
had levitate, you could totally do that. If you had something that could kind of shove him with enough force,
or
a cloud,
ice wall or something, and you can
yeah,
maneuver
then-
it, or physical barrier.
So there's no, like, astral
actually-
lift carry equivalent, is what I'm asking.
unfortunately,
What spells do you have access to? Just out of more curiosity.
I have mostly like stun ball, mana ball. I did take mind link because that might be useful to talk to people, but
If you don't have levitate, then it's kind of
when I was brewing the character, I was thinking a lot of,
Levitate or
I can cast something on somebody and then have it still affect them later if they're like perceiving or something. But I
If
didn't
you
really
had
bother.
physical barrier, you could easily put up like a bubble and make it into a slide.
Yep, you could do that.
I mean, either way, that'd be affecting like the astral part of them. That's why I'm wondering how much that would matter.
That wouldn't affect them at all.
Yeah.
So, Steve, go ahead and permanently erase one of your edge points from his Excellency.
And those playing the home game, that does not happen often.
So as you are falling down this incredibly deep flight of stairs, you just see it rushing towards you, and you get this sense of like, I'm going home! And just the wind in your hair, and at the very last second, it's almost this dignified, like, I am His Majesty. And you, by some fluke of air shift, you end up drifting slightly close to one side of the railing. Bing! You take it off the forehead. Just crack! It throws you into this spin at the very last second. And as you plummet down into the 8th floor, you tuck into a ball and you hit. And the concrete at the base shatters around you. You punch deep into it, and then suddenly you're in free fall again for a few milliseconds. Punch right through, and then it's just this really strange sensation of sping, splat, splash, in that order.
Wait, we hear a splash at the end of that?
Do I suddenly feel wet?
At least moist?
Then like this.
Okay, so hold on. Strictly speaking, what's your... Okay.
How much damage?
I'm gonna get you to... I'll roll. Actually, no. Go ahead and roll 3d6. Well, how many edge do you have left, actually? Just one?
I've used it all, but I have one.
Your rating.
My attribute
It's
down
now
to one now.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you to roll... You know what? I'm gonna say 2d6. Because you technically still have that edge until this very second. So go ahead and roll 2d6. You want to...
In a fucking elevator. Piss on
You,
his noise.
you want to roll high.
I did not roll high.
You taking the elevator?
I'm taking the elevator. I'm not going down that
Three
route.
and two.
Did you hear that clanging and splash?
Sorry, did you say you got a 3 and a 2? All right. So,
Okay, I'll take the elevator too. That way I can go and administer some first aid.
to survive, you said you needed 9 more. Burning the edge got you that 9. This was to see whether you stayed semi-conscious and functional. So, you got the 9, and then add whatever you just rolled on those d6s. What's that?
I got a 3 and a 2. So
Okay,
hold
so 5. So you are 5 boxes away from permadeath. You're well into your overflow boxes.
Yeah, okay.
You have 5 boxes in overflow left. As
Me and Arsenio...
your
and
skull
Arsenio,
is
we're gonna
fractured, your
take-
back is
Oh,
broken,
God,
your
dude,
arms and
that's not-
legs, your tailbone is somewhere up inside your
Can you?
larynx. Like,
So, while we're going down the elevator, I'm just refreshing myself on first aid book.
Hi guys, you can't go down the elevator.
can't.
It's on the 7th floor.
Yeah.
I can't call the elevator button?
No, how? It's on
Okay.
the 7th floor.
okay, hold on. Cut to Cat, who pushes the button to go in the elevator and is about to step out, and it closes quickly. You're like, oh, damn. Okay. I don't know if you're frozen or not. But anyway, so you're stuck in the elevator as it descends, and it's like... Bing! And it opens, and you just see, and the lights come on, and you say, Welcome to the 7th floor. And you see this beautiful area, and you take a few, you look at it, and you're just like, what? And then you hear crash! And it's like, what the hell was that? And you see this dust kicking up from just off to your left where the stair area is, and you just hear this scream and splat and crash. And I really wanted you to pop out and see it, but just the way the layout, it didn't quite work out, but that's okay. You're on the 7th floor, Cat. Down. 7 down.
Right.
And it looks like a museum to me.
It's this. There's kind of a velvet, kind of draped curtain across from you. There's this long line with stanchions and stuff with a velvet rope. There is this beautiful double door of real wood opening into what appears to be a theater. There's a popcorn and concession stand. Off to your left, you see this beautiful glass wall with this label, museum, and it's got a variety of labels, and there's a little paper map stand and everything, and a holo projector pops up. It says, welcome. Let's tour the 20th and 21st century together. If you would like a virtual holographic tour, please press 1. If you would like the paper version, press 2. And in front of there's a key stand in front of you, and you hear this from near the stairs that you just went down.
Well, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to kind of go around the corner and look in the stairs.
Elevator closes behind you and begins to ascend. Cut to that as you guys are going down in the elevator. Blitzed and Arsenio, Kiamar, are you walking the rest of the way down, or are you gonna? Well, you're already most of the way down.
Most of the way down. So just curious, when I did my edge, I rolled a 6. So does that explode?
Only if you pre-spend.
There you go. Yeah.
Okay, that's what I was wondering.
If you pre-spend, you get to add your edge rating to your dice pool, and any 6s pop or explode.
Got it. Okay.
Always the best way.
Depends on your edge rating.
And how many dice you're rolling in the first place.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I'm just gonna basically limp my way the rest of the. I think I'm only like 1 floor up.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. You were on the 7th or 6th floor. 6th floor, so you can get down to 7 real easy. But His Excellency fell past the 7th, past the 8th, through and into the 9th floor.
Yeah.
Nice.
And punched through the concrete at the bottom to enter the 9th floor.
The 9th floor. Secret floor.
Yeah.
Take a look at that.
Well, I could tie myself off on I could rappel down without using the grappling hook, but tie myself off like the good old days.
All right, nice. So you're gonna tie off to a railing and double check it. You're doing that well. Yowfin, I'm gonna hope you understand. How do I deal with somebody who's in overflow and not stabilized? It's been a while since I did this.
The way I did it was you basically come up with a target number, and they got to roll their body against the target number, and every time you feel that they need to roll that,
they have to hit that target, or they get another box.
Hit it for exactly.
Okay.
That's essentially it. Essentially, it shows through the mechanics internal bleeding.
Yeah, you're basically
profusely
bleeding out
until you get
internal.
Until somebody with some medical knowledge or a spell for stabilize. That's why stabilize is an awesome spell to have. Even if your only health spell, casting stabilize stops the bleeding.
All right,
Don't worry, I'm coming.
So it takes you a while to run back up there, Arsenio, and we got to be a little quick. His Excellency, please roll your body on a death. It essentially works out to a Shadowrun death save.
Yeah, essentially, yeah.
Yeah.
I can't believe dying is not in
down
you.
to him. how easy would it be for me to get down to him?
He's on essentially the same floor, isn't it?
No,
Ninth
he's
floor.
2 floors down,
Oh,
but
he's 2 floors.
and you're on
Okay,
comms. I'm
well.
going to assume people are yelling on comms.
Oh yeah.
So, Kat,
We'll
you
be
have
there
a
in a
vague
minute.
idea. Kat, you
I have med kit that I can actually get down there and apply to him.
Okay, go ahead and roll a gymnastics roll, Kat, to see how fast you can get down there. His Excellency, I'm going to need you to make a overflow check for me. As you are busy dying, and I don't know where...
Yeah,
it's not
so
under dying.
No, my sheet here says so natural recovery is 20d6 and the hits is
Problem is
whatever
you're not stable yet.
per day.
Once
Yeah,
you are
so that-
stable,
yeah.
then you roll that.
Yeah. So I'm gonna guess half. Yeah, because that's double body per day. So if you're saying it makes sense to roll like just your body, however many hits is the amount of overflow. Well, I mean, yeah, because essentially you got to determine how long it's gonna take.
For them to get down to you.
Well,
And
because
that's-
I've got 5 boxes of overflow before I'm totally dead. So how?
Yeah, you got a little time.
I'm just lying there. How often am I gaining another box? Is this a 1 second?
Essentially
1 minute, 1
every
hour?
it's basically every combat turn you have the chance of losing another box. So go ahead and make your roll, and I can't find it in the book, so I'm just gonna have to set a threshold.
I'm still really surprised that I wouldn't be able to, lift an astral form that is tied to a body.
I kind of like the idea of that, but
I
technically
can punch them in their astral form, and that will hurt their body, right? Like, it seems
this is
weird.
true. I can't believe I
Essentially, if
can't
you're
find
punching
dying.
through Astral, they would save versus willpower and start taking stun. Of course, you taking a stun, he goes into physical.
Yeah.
Same
I mean,
as
yeah,
the
no,
rotation.
astral combat can be physical or mental. There's
Oh,
no-
that's true. That's true too. To me, that'd be a GM call. Me,
Right.
on my other things, I would have called for either if you could have manifested a physical barrier or levitate or something that would physically.
Yeah, I don't know why a
slow down-
levitate would be able to affect it, but my own astral projection couldn't. That's basically what I'm arguing.
I'll tell you what, just instinctively, there, Darcy, you flung yourself in between him and the ground to just try to catch him, and he did end up falling right through you. But I'm gonna let you roll your magic rating and see what we get.
Okay.
Magic rating plus
pure magic?
willpower.
Yeah, like if this was like a
I'm
lift
definitely
fairy, it would be
hand-waving this
willpower
Shadowrunners.
plus charisma, for example.
Yeah,
But I can
either
try
the
to
better of
roll.
willpower or charisma, whichever one you prefer.
Okay. So magic plus charisma. Okay.
Oh, I'm getting closer to the overflow stuff.
That is 3 hits.
All
1,
right.
2, 3, 4
So-
fails, but I have higher than that, so that's fine.
Okay, so no glitch. So His Excellency, you are actually 3 boxes of overflow less because your fall was somehow magically just a little bit of extra drag on you as
Little
you
bit of drag.
fell
All right.
through. It's not quite
I'll
enough
take
to
it.
stop it, but 3 boxes of overflow is better than no boxes of overflow. Okay.
Yep, better. 2 is better than 5. I'll take it.
Thank you, Todd. Good enough.
If he dies, he dies.
All right.
He's not gonna die. I'm trying to get to him.
All right.
Get a band-aid.
I'm just trying to. Oh, so
Come
go
on,
ahead
now
and
we
roll
both
your
lost before.
your body basically to try and survive a little bit longer there. I'm still looking for it because Shadowrun's very complicated, but I'm not seeing it here. But
Yeah. They really don't like saying, "Oh yeah, we talked about this earlier on this other
oh,
page." They
it's
just said,
on page 170.
"We talked about it." Just believe us that we talked about it somewhere else in the book.
Oh, it's near falling damage. How ironic.
What page is it on?
Apparently 170, exceeding the condition monitor. Okay, you're in trouble. Overflowing damage track means you're near death. Instant death only occurs if you overflow by your body attribute, so you didn't instantly die. So You can survive if you receive prompt medical attention. The character takes an additional loss of body of a box of damage from loss of blood, shock, and other complications for every body minutes that you manage to hang on. So you're actually fine to just lay there. So what's your body?
10.
So you get 10 minutes to get down to him, and he'll lose a box.
That makes sense. Like, there's a time interval, and the body
Yeah.
should affect that. I like that. That makes
Yeah.
sense.
So you are lying there. There's no roll involved, but you are just unconscious, laying there in a terrible mess, in the bottom on the 9th floor. And these guys have exactly body minutes. So you've got 10 minutes, and he'll lose another box. I think you're how many boxes up now? Something like 6.
Well, he took me down a couple, so I got 2 boxes of overflow right now.
Okay, so you basically have 80 minutes to get to it.
Depends on
So-
how fast it's
80
elevator is.
minutes, there's
I'm
problems.
on the 7th floor,
Yeah.
and all I got to do is descend 2 levels.
Yeah.
I rolled a 4 successes.
Something to be
Nice.
aware of because you're new to the system. Healing is weird, and the order matters. And if you do something as a not great healer, our actual healer might just not be allowed to try at all. I don't remember the order. Like,
I hate
ask
that
Carl about
rule.
it.
That rule sucks. Just saying. That's my personal
Fair
opinion.
enough. I only know the book. I don't know people's
No,
opinions.
there is an order. There is an actual order. If you actually use magical before mundane healing, the mundane will not work over the magical. But to me, that's bullshit.
Yeah. I will
Healing is healing is
basically
healing.
I will basically treat it as you can stabilize him, and then you get another shot at it for healing.
You know, if I were conscious, I would say, let the combat medic have a
Yeah.
whack at it.
So you guys have the clock is ticking. You have a little just to synchronize time with our actual game. Let's say you've got some time. You got to get down there and get your friend. Bing, 7th floor
Hey.
elevator arrives. Blitzed,
The other thing I will
Arsenio,
say is
you look
I
out and
just
see Cat,
scramble out with Arsenio.
and
Me and Boop
you guys
scramble
come
with him.
barreling out of there, and you see the same thing, the theater in front of you. Kiamar, you're trying to make your way down there, kind of limping down the stairs. Can I get you to do another acrobatics check for me, or gymnastics rather?
Great, we're about to have.
And
another
can I get a
attack.
perception check from Darcy's character, Eidolon,
Sensing.
or a sensing?
Okay. I feel like just a sensing usually feels more appropriate, but I don't know.
1, 2, 3,
Oh,
4 hits.
All right.
2.
So, Kiamar, you're making good time as you're going down the stairs. You avoid another section that appears to be pretty rusted out, and hop over it, seeing it in time. You're like, oh, that bolt is not attached. So you leap over that whole section, land, and you tweak your back a bit, but you're okay. And so you continue making your way down. You're almost to the 7th floor at this point. Cat, you're quickly descending. You go to the stairs to get down to the 8th floor, and you kind of wave your eye in front of the retinal scanner. Bloop. Access denied.
Let's
Oh,
jump.
back
It'll
up.
all work out.
I'll go back up to the 7th floor then.
Well, okay. Well, you can't open the door to the 8th and keep descending. You could jump or rappel down, presumably, but there is a door kind of blocking your access to the 8th and private floor. Blitz comes up not too long behind you, and so does Arsenio. Astral person.
Hack on the door.
Okay, so go ahead and make your hacking check. In this case, it's actually going to be a hardware check.
Oh, terrifying.
Well, do you want a hardware or do you want to hack? You can try
It's your
either.
call. You tell me which one I got. I got to.
I'm going to say probably hardware.
Okay.
All right,
I got 2 hits on a hardware to start tearing apart that.
the access panel. You pop it
Yep.
open. You start looking at the feeds, trying to short the system out. Meanwhile, Arsenio, you're kind of looking around. You're just like, You see a little camera. lights just kind of panning the hall where you are. You're definitely getting the sense that this was a pretty secure situation to go down below. Astral person, Darcy's character, Eidolon, you kind of just kind of take a quick look around. You're just, like, trying to sense any living threats or anything. You can sense, okay, that the cockroach infestation is down below. Do you want to go down and be with His Excellency, or try to help your friends up above?
I want to be able to warn everyone if something changes with his situation.
Okay, so you go down and you see him. He is badly injured. He's still alive, but he's badly injured, unconscious, and he
You said this is the 9th too, right? They're on the 7th and this is the 9th, is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. So it's 2 below, and you kind of press your way through the hole that he made, and you kind of pop out into this room, and it's this hidden chamber, and he's punched through into it, crashed through the ceiling, and he's landed, and he's survived because, and I don't know if Steve can hear us, he landed in this basically secret swimming pool. His Excellency.
Of course.
So he's drowning.
Exactly. So,
Oh, crap.
take off 1 box of overflow.
Cool.
Like add a box, you mean?
Yeah, that's what I mean.
You mean get worse by a box?
Get worse by a box. Be an episode name, I'm just saying. All right. His body is convulsing, and it takes you a few seconds. Obviously, you recognize water. This is, it was originally probably very clean, pristine, beautiful, secret kind of area for this uber-rich guy. But it has since become infested and fetid with all kinds of nastiness.
Yeah, it's surprising that they'd leave it standing like that and not drain it before they left. So something probably happened to these people.
It probably was drained before they left, but over time, a pipe leak here and all that. Oh, so, Carl, I thought you were Fred. I'm just going
with the theme.
All right.
So you're saying I also should roll like toxin disease resistances?
Well, we'll see if it comes to that. But for now, you're busy drowning in leak water that's just pooled at the bottom. All right, so the clock is definitely ticking.
I mean, first question, of course, is you're sure I can't pick him up?
I'm sure his size, no dice. You managed to slow his fall. Let's count that as lucky. Although, I will say this. You might want to get the levitate spell next time.
I mean, I have no idea what, his weight is, and I don't know how that translates to astralness, so
it's not.
And he's in water. It's different. He's buoyant.
Yeah, he doesn't have to lift me right out of the water.
Exactly.
All right. Same roll as before. Magic plus either charisma or willpower, one or the other. As you're busy just like, oh god, and you just try to drag him up to the surface by his soul.
He only weighs 840 pounds.
That is higher than my estimate, I'll give you that. I ran an estimate and figured I could probably pick up like 300, and you surpassed that, so good job.
But he's underwater, so you might be able to bring him to the surface, maybe. The threshold on this is crazy high, because this is hard.
All right, I'll tap my edge first. So, this is magic charisma, right?
Sure. Either that or willpower, one or the other.
Yeah, my charisma's 8.
Charisma's kind of like your strength in the astral. You are literally grabbing the dual-natured part of his soul and dragging him towards the surface. This shouldn't work.
800 and what pounds?
840 pounds, and he's only 9'8" tall. Only 9'8".
Okay, that's 381 kilograms.
Yeah, 382.
382. So
buoyant, somewhat in water, not cybered.
3, 4.
That's true. No cyber.
That's
30%.
That's a lot of hits. 1, 2, 3, 4,
It is
5, 6, 7, 8.
But I also used my edge before rolling.
9,
so I get
10.
another 4 dice, I think.
You get
Oh, come on,
2
let him
more.
have this one.
2 more.
Both of them, I got 4 6s.
Yeah. Oh, right. You're already re-rolling those 6s when you roll the extra 2. Oh, no, that's the edge. So you roll 4 extra dice.
I wouldn't have bothered if I saw that 8, right?
Sure.
I wasn't going to re-roll my
So
skills
you're
on
at 10.
8.
Yeah, so...
1 more hit. All right, so that is 11.
Oh, that at least gets his head up out of the water.
So, you are underneath him in this water, just pressing. You flip around at the speed of thought to above him, just dragging him head towards the surface. His soul is just making him ever so slightly more buoyant, and you're just dragging him to the surface of this almost brackish water, and he's breathing it in, just shuddering as you do it. You drag him towards the surface. Boom! His arm breaks the surface. Then a part of his chest, and you're just putting all parts of you. Can I get a drain check on Eidolon? As if you were casting a spell at your yeah, I'm gonna say you want to move something this big. It's the equivalent of overcasting. You're trying something that's never really done. So
okay, I got a drain button, and we'll see what happens when I click it.
Yeah.
So I got 4 on that. I don't know if I need to change anything because for overcasting.
So
Overcharging
no.
goes from overcharging. Essentially, what that does is that instead of taking stun, you take physical.
Okay, that's good to know.
So you're
That's
risking
relevant.
your actual meat back in Seattle or wherever you're centered.
You're gonna wake up with possibly some bruises.
Cool. All right.
So
I got
you
4
take
hits on that.
4 hits. I'm gonna say this was because you're doing something that's not really done. I'm gonna say this is base magic rating, which is 6 plus 4 damage. So you shrugged 4 of that. So your body back in wherever it is that you live just suddenly coughs up blood as you just took 6 physical on your drain check.
All right,
But,
sure. I'm not dead.
But his face just above the water, and there's a pause for a second, and you are just like holding him above the water, and his face is covered in feral leeches. Because it's in chat. All right.
He didn't spend a plot point.
Oh, I did not.
Get in there. All right.
So order.
At the moment, he's not taking any more damage.
Just a point of order. If my physical track would give me negatives, do I actually take those or not? In the Astral.
Actually know that.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, I'm in negative.
You do.
If not, right? Because it's 6 boxes.
Yeah.
So,
but
good
it
to
just
know.
means your 10 box is not as 10-y as it was. All right, good to know. You've got him stay up on the surface. He is able to breathe at great personal cost. All right. Meanwhile, everybody else is trying to get down there. Cat is pretty close.
I went back up to the 7th floor.
Right.
I
Kiamar.
couldn't get through.
You're going for the hole, am I right?
Like I said, rappel down.
All right. Do you have more than 8 dice? Oh, you got 4 hits. No problem. So you rappel down, no problem. There's no complications this time. You get into the hole and press through. It is like almost 10 feet wide at the bottom as he just hit and a bunch of concrete fell in. And you're now over this arch-domed kind of pool with these pillars holding it up. And you see this sickening black water in his face on the surface. And the water around him, even though he's not moving, the water is vibrating and shaking as though something is splashing it. You can't see what.
Can't I see it with astral perception?
Hey, thanks for the follow. Appreciate that. Oh, that's Tungas. Tungas. I like real follows.
Good call, Darcy.
Yeah, thank you.
Sorry, I would be able to see my astral.
Oh, right. You see astral perception. So you can see Eidolon just dragging and pressing him and pulling him above the surface, and it's kicking off this astral wake that is actually interfering with the water. It's taking so much effort and energy. It's glowing on the astral plane. And you see like tears in the astral form of Eidolon. and then brilliant white.
First one down here to
Yeah.
reach.
You're the first one after Eidolon. The others had to kind of retreat because of the door. Meanwhile, Blitzed, how did you do on the door?
If I can, I'll go through and I'll actually tie like
I got 2
the
hits on
rope
that hardball
around
check.
him to keep him buoyant up.
Okay, so you go into the water and paddle over to him, and you loop the rope around and
I
clip
just
it off
kind
with
of
the
like
carabiner.
Mission Impossible go down, right?
Nice.
On top. And then just go upside down and tie him up. And so basically...
Nice. I'm gonna
Just-
need you to do an gymnastics check for that then. If you were willing to go in the water, it was gonna be an easy buy, but you gotta be fancy. Go ahead.
I gotta be fancy with this. All right. You know what? Just for the shits and giggles, I'm going to edge this. I'm going to roll my edge on this. So my edge was
Steve, I'm so glad
3,
you did that, by the way.
but now it's 2, right?
What's that?
So
You got 2 points of edge left, but if you pre-edge, you get to keep your whole rating and add that. Yeah. It's just
So
to keep
13
track of how
dice.
many times you can do it. Yep, go ahead. And
okay,
6 is explode.
let's explode this shit.
Hey, Lucy.
You said you're so glad I knew.
to do.
I've got some exploding to do.
Yeah.
So what do I do? Do I reroll all the failures plus the exploding, or what?
So just the exploding, roll those 3, and then if you want to spend another edge, you could reroll. But trust me, the threshold on this is not super high. The fancier you are, I do definitely appreciate it. So it's
That's
not a
alright.
glitch.
Not a glitch yet.
On essentially 16 dice because of those 3 explodes, you got 3 hits. So you managed to stay largely dry above the surface of the water. You kind of stop your rappelling line. You're doing the whole Mission Impossible dangle above this black brackish water. You see these little bulbous bloop, bloop, bloop of these feral leeches in the surface of the water. They're probably a good, like, almost 6 inches long. Some of them sticking very visibly to your Sasquatch friend, kind of worming their way underneath the matted fur. You have to get your arms in it to get the loop around underneath the shoulders, and then you tie them off and clip them to your climbing harness. You just give a couple of just to take the pressure off, and Eidolon just you've never been so tired in your life, Eidolon. But you managed to get his Excellency up above the surface of the water. All right.
Cool.
Blitzed, how did you do on the hardware again?
2 hits.
All right, so it takes you some time, but you do get through it all. The door pops.
Yay!
You manage to do that, and Cat gives it a solid kick just for good measure, and the door finally cracks open. And there's this little pew, 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 kind of alarms going off in the background, a little red, as it's like, breach on private level 8.
No, there is no breach. No, there is no breach. We are not fucking here.
Do you want to
Not
try and
this thing.
silence an alarm?
Yeah, I would actually.
Okay, so do your
What
hacking
would
check.
you like to roll? Hacking check. Okay.
Yeah, hack. Oh, I guess I can roll some dice. Now I'm gonna roll
God, I
physical
rolled
dice.
21 hits.
Steve inspired me. Now they don't have very many dice because it's not a
I
very
got 1
good
hit.
system.
I
One
hate
hit?
roll 20.
Oh
Yeah,
my
1 hit.
goodness! I got more hits than you. I'm only rolling 6 dice on the
Yeah, you
double the
probably got more.
rating of the system. Yikes! Okay,
Yeah, you
so
gotta yeah,
security system
that's not surprising.
compromised. Accessing.
Oh shit.
Accessing. Level. Initiate. And it cuts it. It cuts
Okay,
your
it's
feet.
fine. We're good. It's probably worn the hell down enough. So
I love when the dice tell the story. All right, let's keep going. So you guys down into the private area.
Yeah.
It is gorgeous, but you barely take it all in. You walk past. Let's do.
I'm just looking at threats. That's all I want to look for going down.
Fair enough.
Just
As
if there's
you're going through,
anything that looks sharp, or a barrel, or something
No.
that looks like it's going to kill us. Other than that,
it
just keep
looks
going and
pretty freaking gorgeous down here. But yeah,
Oh,
again,
that's nice.
the
Keep
only
going.
thing you notice is actually don't even slow down. Arsenio, do you want to do a quick perception, or you're running?
I'll do a quick perception.
Okay, so as you're running through, you're just kind of clocking. Go ahead and roll your perception. Cat, you can too if you want to. Blitzed has been doing some
Yes.
hacking. So.
I'm all back up to 7th floor.
Oh, okay. So you start going back up there, Cat. Just keeping an eye. Arsenio, you barrel through and you take it all in. There's this room that is probably a bedroom, but oh my god, um, it's just beautiful with this massive bed in the middle. Super lush. And a very very old, thick layers of dust, and you see a little lump in the bedroom on the bed. It's the only thing that kind of jumps out at you is like, oh, that's odd. Everything else is pristine down here. You look over, you see what would be like kind of a bar and a massive wall of monitors is like a workstation. On the far end, you can see basically a library with real old books. You see a doorway, like two glass doorways with darkness beyond. And you just take it all in and you're like, okay, where's the nearest stairs? Okay, you know where the stairs are, so you can get down. And you kind of look where the stairs should be, and there's a blank wall. And there's like, but to go down would be oh, crap. So if there's stairs descending, they are not visible. They're not advertised in any way. It's kind of just the library section. A whole bunch of bookshelves and books and, there are definitely places where art was. And with 2 hits, I'll say you notice that there's definitely a significant number of art pieces are missing. Probably sold off near the end of this guy's micro reign. And there's definitely a lot of books are still there. There's definitely books on the shelves. But, here and there, places where there's something, would be missing. You can see like, oh, that was probably a little spot where a vase or something was, but there's nothing there anymore. And with 2 hits, yeah, that's what you get. Blitzed, Arsenio.
Okay.
What do you want to do?
Well, I want to reach down to where our high jumper went.
Yeah, that's the goal, to get down to where he's at and get him.
So you can go back to the hole and try to climb down in the original stairwell, or you can look for another access point, but where the normal
Can I roll
kind of
perception
switchback would be.
to locate an access point?
Sure, go ahead and roll.
5 hits on that one.
Whoa, damn! You're just like, there should be a door here, like a continued stairs. It's a wall, and you look over, you see, okay, painting. Oh well, gap where there was a painting, bunch of books. Gap where there was this statue or vase or something, bunch of books. There's a bunch of books. There's one bust, like a little statue of somebody, and it's if you knew your history, actually with 5 hits you get it. You're just like, oh my god, I remember reading this book about Nero. Hey, Geek Girl Alyssa, thanks for the raid. Welcome to the channel, by the way. We're playing some Shadowrun kind of near the end. Woo! Thanks so much. Very much appreciated. Welcome, Shaded Mischief, and everybody else. We have one character, just quick update, real fast. His Majesty on the channel, called His Excellency, really. I gotta fix that. He's busy dying. Jumped and fell from a very high height. They're deep underground in an old converted missile silo converted to luxury condos. His team is racing to try and get to him, and Blitzed is staring at a wall, and the only thing that stands out is books, and everywhere else has had a gap, and then there is actually a little statue there that has not been sold off. Thanks for the follow. There's something weird about like everything else.
5 hits, and I'm manipulating the statue to see if there's the.
All right, so you go up to the statue and you pick it. You're just like, it's got a little tag on it. It's Nero. And you go to pick it up and it doesn't move all the way off. And you pull it back and it pulls back with that, the traditional lurch click. And the whole section of the bookshelf. You see the stairs before you. You can run down the rest of your Arsenio's through the door before
down
you
the
are.
Stairs.
Kiamar, you're busy holding this massive 800-pound Sasquatch in the floating water above, just his head above the pool. The astral form of your astral detective there, hovering above and keeping an eye out. There are no visible threats right yet. Kat, you're on the 7th floor. What are you doing? I'm just curious. You went up while the rest of the team went down. Also, you just froze. So we'll come back to Kat in a second.
No.
Hey. By the way, for the raid people, you can spend plot points if you want. So if you save up some channel things, or even if you're just nice and you want some ideas, you're welcome to interact with the game itself and make some changes. Noises, make suggestions, etc. So, Arsenio, you run down. You see this cool deck, beautiful. It kind of off to your right gets much more industrial, like the old tunnels of this, Cold War relic. Off to your left has been tiled beautifully. There's like a steam room and sauna, and then you see the pool. You go sprinting along there, and I'm gonna ask you, Arsenio, what are you gonna do?
Hey. Pardon me. So I see this pool. I don't see anybody in it, or do I?
You definitely see His Excellency floating, and you see Kiamar hovering above, like Mission Impossible style, hanging off a grapple line in the middle of the pool, trying to avoid the feral leeches that you put there. Let's be honest.
And so casting heal would obviously stabilize, or
Yep.
do I have to stabilize first, then heal, or
I think you can just cast heal, but it takes time. You want to wade into the water? Go for it.
Does it take time?
Healing
No,
normally
do I have to touch him?
Yeah.
Oh, you have to.
It's a touch.
You have to touch them, and you have to maintain it for a certain amount of time for it to kind of become permanent. To some degree, it takes a little bit of time. It's not an instant thing, but you can definitely wade into the water. Go on in. Couple things can happen right now. Later on, we're gonna make you do a nice little disease check there, Arsenio, for wading into this water. You managed to get over to His Majesty, and between you and Kiamar, you wrestle him over to the side. I'm assuming you're gonna go in the water too, there, Kiamar.
Fucking hey, man! I got levitate too, man. I can help out.
All right. So
Well, there you go. We don't need
200
to.
kilograms
Just
per
levitate him.
point of force.
okay,
Just
so go
levitate
ahead
him
and
over to
cast.
you.
Yeah, cast levitate.
Yeah.
And if you already have, what's your spell casting at?
Hold on. Spellcast. That's not. That's not
didn't
the
quite
same as
work.
magic, is it?
Magic
Yeah, it'd be your
plus
magic rating.
spellcasting skill.
I get 10 dice, so
All right, roll to 10.
roll the 10.
Now,
You could
so
buy hits
Todd,
if you
though,
want to.
You could buy hits. Now, normally, and I say this is because in 5th edition, Raw, you have to roll your spell casting to determine the force of the spell. But we all know roll 20 sucks.
Yeah.
And you can, or if Todd wants to do, you call the force of the spell and then roll your spell casting.
I prefer that method.
Ensure the spell goes off, because you can still get 0 hits on spell casting and the magic goes.
Yeah. So I usually go with the older method where you set the force and then you cast and see how it all pans out. So what force would you like to
drain is normal.
Yeah.
So what force would I need to?
I would say 3 for safety.
Maybe 4.
Yeah.
No, 3 is good because 200. It's 200 kilograms per point of force.
Oh,
Yeah,
right,
they-
he's 300. Right, okay. I keep
He's at
thinking he's
300.
800 kilograms.
All right, so 3 it is.
I would
then.
say 3.
3
I
would
would
get his
say-
gear too. 3 or 4.
3 successes it is.
On a force 3? All right.
Needs
Yep.
to be force 4. He ain't coming out unless it's force 4.
Yeah. Well, between the
Okay.
rope and the help,
All right,
you
so-
can drag
okay,
him
so-
sideways.
Well, do force 4, and then at least
Yeah.
you got 3 hits. That means the magic went off. Now you just roll drain versus the force 4.
Yeah. Force
Yeah.
4 drain. Go ahead and roll that. I forget the drain level on that, but it's probably like 4 stun.
Negative. Frack. I gotta look it up.
Yeah, you gotta
Yeah,
look
it
up. It should say
So
on your
what do
sheet. So roll your willpower plus your magic rating, and that's going to be your drain resist. It should be written on your sheet as well, at the very far left button, little number.
Levitate
And-
is force -2, so you need to roll.
2 hits.
That sounds right.
You need at least 2 hits.
You could cast this all day long, probably.
Probably.
10 dice.
Wait a minute. How much is his drain?
4, 2.
No, how many dice is he rolling? Because he could auto bitch the drain.
Oh, sure.
But he
Oh,
already
yeah.
rolled.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's
well, I got
3
three
hits
So-
anyways.
He's good.
He got 3 hits. He's feeling fine, but that's real close to a glitch. But that's all right because you count ones as glitches. All right, so you manage to pause and extend a hand and just pull on him with the magic and catch him and snag him and pull him out. And Kiamar feeds the rope out just to take off that extra pressure. As he gets to the side, you lay him on the pool deck next to you. That's a turn. Okay, we're getting probably down to like a 15-minute, 20-minute mark. You'll probably have plenty of time to bring him back since he's no longer drowning. So that's going to be pretty clutch. So go ahead and cast your... who wants to do what healing-wise?
Well, I would suggest ask the magical combat medic what order to do.
That would be
things
a
in.
great idea. However, you are unconscious, sir. So it's up to Carl and Blitzed and Kiamar, the only people who are here. What do you want to do?
I'm going to leave him in their capable hands to heal him because I have no healing. And I'm going to scout out the surroundings and make sure there's no threats from feral roaches,
Things.
leeches, rats, or anything. Like, basically, I'm going to continue basically checking for anything that's dangerous, but also our query, like the old codebook.
Yeah.
So
same.
now
you
it's
look
in-
around and you see this strange collection. This place has been made opulent in the areas where he's likely to bring someone. But you also get the idea that a lot of the Cold War relic era was preserved, probably on purpose. And you see this archive room in the back. And it's flash kind of forward or backwards. The museum itself was a collection of a variety of things, but this room, there's something about it that calls you. And you look into this archive room, and for a second you blink your eyes, and you see as this raven flies past you and into the open archway leading to the archive. And you look around to see if anyone else saw that. No.
I saw it. I don't know if I did.
No, it's a bit of a deeper connection. This is a mentor spirit situation.
Yeah. I
All our mentor spirit.
Actually, do a sensing check though, Eidolon. You've had a few seconds kind of looking around here.
Cool.
Go ahead
Yeah,
and roll
as
that.
soon as you know, His
Okay.
Excellency was out of the water, I was like, all right, cool, let's start looking again.
So Kiamar, you walk almost as if you're a man possessed, past this small antechamber into what is essentially a safe. And you look at the door, and you can hear you can actually see this large raven perched on like kind of a stack of a cart stacked high with a variety of books and art objects that appeared to be on the move, probably being moved down or out of here, one or the other. It sits there and it cracks its beak down and stomps its feet, and you just kind of notice it's scratching out a code. And Eidolon, how'd you do on your perception? Or your sensing?
Just two.
Just 2?
Yeah.
You're not sure if it's the echoes kicked up by the people in the pool or what, but you hear something. It's very subtle, and you're just like this really old echo of words spoken long ago on the astral plane. You cannot quite make them out.
Okay,
It's
good, because I
close,
couldn't
and
quite make them out. So
Good.
I would have
That,
asked.
that was my intention. and you get the feeling they're coming from where Kiamar had gone.
Cool. Yeah, I think I'm basically sticking with Kiamar trying to assisted any way I can from there, right? Like I might
Essentially, this is almost a mirror layout from above, so I'm not going to drag you to a new map. But where I'm pinging is essentially where Kiamar and Eidolon are in front of a safe door. There's something there, and you can, and actually you know what I'm going to say? You do see the raven sitting there, looking at Kiamar and pecking at the art, and this statue falls on the floor. That's probably worth thousands. Falls on the
look
floor,
over
shatters.
the Astral, assuming that they're perceiving right now. I'm just like, friend of yours?
Yeah.
Responding, I'm trying to make out the code to help me access the door.
All right, so you look around. You're like, oh, you pull out a pen, and you're like, I don't have anything to write on. And you see this rolled up painting. You just grab it. And it's just some lady. You're like, all right, whatever.
No, I would not do that to a painting. Kiamar does not do that. You know that.
Okay,
you scrolls.
You chuck that in the corner, and or you can keep it if you want.
Would I not?
Yeah,
have
I would
the code
actually
from
keep the
everything
painting.
I downloaded.
All right.
Yeah, character. That's that character.
Yes, I would.
Kiamar puts that in his little side bag, and you end up just kind of okay. You pull up your pan. You remember technology, right. So you start recording it in the heads-up display using your cell phone. You're like, oh, these glasses or contact lenses, they mess you up every time. But you're typing it in, and every once in a while, the raven looks at you, kind of irritated, or shakes his head, and then starts over again. It's going to take you a while, so I'm going to get you to do magic plus hardware.
Weird. Can I peek through and see if there's any threats that we're gonna open a door and get a face full of spirits?
This door is magically warded.
Cool.
The etchings on the door, it's quite old, but it is oddly
Is it a mana barrier? Should I look at the rules for going through a mana barrier?
Sure, but also do an sensing check for me.
Okay, another one?
Yeah, another one.
4, 5 hits.
Or, and if you have any kind of history-based skills there, Eidolon, you can roll those to augment your roll. Everybody else, let's see how we're doing on stabilizing your good friend. Arsenio, how you doing on the heal check? On the casting heal?
I have magical theories.
Or are you going to do physical healing first? What do you want to do, Blitzed? You're both... You and Blitzed and... are in the room.
I'm no healer, man. I'm just covering him.
I'll do physical first aid first, and then reinforce it with some healing.
All right, I just realized I was seeing Bella's rolls. I'm like, wait, that's an old game. All right. Okay, physical. Go ahead and roll your med kit plus your logic plus your skill in first aid. You're trained in this. This is what you do. You're just like,
it is what I do. I just want to see what medkit rating I have.
Let's say it's a rating. It's your job. You probably have a rating 6.
It says rating. Well, medkit in parentheses 3.
Yeah, we are almost 12. While that's resolving, I got 4 on a sensing test. I also have the knowledge skills, magical theory, and magical threats. Threats was right out of the book as an example. It feels really vague to me, but I don't know. And then also
go with magical theory. Go ahead and roll that. Any hits count as extra dice on that previous ascending roll.
Extra dice?
Yep.
Okay, not extra hits.
Magical theory? Not extra hits, just extra dice. You might get hits.
All right, so I'll roll 2 more dice.
All right.
And
5 hits, by the way.
One more. 5 hits on the heal?
6 hits on
6.
Not on the heal. On the you asked me to do magic and hardware.
Oh, nice. 5 hits. Okay. You start getting this code, and then it kind of nods at you, and then looks back at this safe door, and then you look back, and the bird is just gone. And you try the code. You start inputting it with this massive old tumbler style. You mess up a couple times. The locks go, and you give it a twist and pull, Kiamar, it opens for you. This old, massive Cold War level vault opens for you. Darcy, with all the magical theory and the sensing check, you're looking at this ward to see if you can go through it, and you start realizing there's errors in this. It's etched and carved right into the iron.
Right.
Into the steel of the door. The door is 140 years old.
Oh. Well, I don't know when. I mean, magic came back. It was here before. I don't know when that lines up to, though. 140 seems a bit low of a number, though.
Somebody.
Magic essentially came back 2012 in Shadowrun Universe.
Yeah. So this looks to predate that.
Several thousand. Yeah. Okay.
Or was it added so incredibly carefully after the fact? But it could have been an example. Or it could have been. Well, I don't know about fourth age, but it could have been like they had spike magic and spike babies, people who could be at that threshold. So it might have been an example of something like that.
Huh.
This was warded with the best that they could do at the time, and they would have thrown everything, even spiritual, against it.
As
All
the
right.
door opens, it like the mana barrier equivalent. I'm just gonna call it that.
Yeah,
Moves
falls
with
back.
the door. It doesn't like stay in the area. I assume.
Yes, it does. It moves with the door, and it opens up, and you see. Now, this room does end. It's a massive. Oh, actually, just for fun. No, it don't. The room itself is probably 60 by 60, and it's pretty much a square room. At one end, there's a small alcove on what would be the south. That's in and to the left from your perspective, and there's all kinds of art. There's bookshelves. There's these old paraphernalia. You see an old rifle. You see helmets and military gear. You see an entire drop jeep that they would have used in World War II has been preserved here, complete with the parachutes. Wouldn't that have been handy there, His Excellency? You see, and in the little alcove to the south there, you kind of look over and you see on this rather ornate shelf just this light. As the light goes, turns on, and you see illuminated in a small spotlight is a small leather notebook, not much bigger than the size of your hand. Flashes back to the picture of your objective. It matches. This appears to be a small, worn leather notebook. You can see little stains on it. You can see what might have been blood or oil or mud stains. It's hard to tell. It's been incredibly well preserved. And it's behind a glass case. Like on that, across the entire shelf, just illuminated from a little light within. Arsenio, how did you do on your healing check?
6 hits
6 hits. All right.
on the first aid, yeah.
All right. So you gain back 6 boxes. How you doing, His Excellency?
I am now conscious again.
Oh my God! Epinephrine, bandages, more epinephrine.
And
So he wakes
I'll,
up and-
How much
I'll,
more
ca-
pain
I'll
can
cast a
Sasquatch
heal now.
take?
So when he wakes up, the first thing he says is, "What's a guy gotta do to get a pool noodle around here?"
All right.
Best I can do is a tourniquet.
All right. So I'm supposed to hard stop at 12, but just nobody tell my wife. Just finish off a little bit. Is that okay? Everybody cool to go? It's only a little more. You've basically got your objective.
We are on Mountain Standard Time. It is only 10 o'clock.
I'm not doing that. I have to work tomorrow. But
I gotta get up in the morning.
all right. So your friend is stable. Real messed up. Like you can't really move around very effectively. Your spine is broken.
Okay,
Your
so-
pelvis is pretty shattered. You can kind of half drag yourself around with your long ass arms, but the more you move, the more likely you are to suffer spinal damage.
I ain't
Holy
moving till I have to.
shite.
Yeah, overflow leads to complications.
Yeah, it does. Ugh.
All right,
So-
so I will cast heal then.
All right, go ahead and cast it, and then shrug the drain. How many boxes down are you there, Steve? His Excellency.
So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I've got 10 boxes ticked off here.
Okay.
So if
out
I
of,
say
13.
And you don't have any cyber implants or anything, so
No.
there's no mod on your roll. So go ahead and just roll your spellcasting there, Arsenio, as you basically try to hold his spine astrally back together.
do I have
You're
to
tr-
say at what force, or?
Yeah, you have to say your force.
And that's the amount of hits I have to have?
Yeah,
No.
and that's the max number of hits you can restore as well.
Yeah, you can say because you're gonna be drain. Your drain value is force -4 for healing, so you can go up to your magic rating, and that'll only for your drain, you'll only be taking stun damage if you fail your drain. You can
Sorry,
overcharge. You can
Alright.
overcharge, and then when you say you overcharge, you can go past double your magic, and then after that, it goes into physical drain.
I'll cast it at force 5.
Okay.
So your drain value is going to be 1.
So you can buy the drain.
You can
So, go
essentially
ahead and
auto-pitch
roll.
the drain.
So
Or
you-
successes.
Or successes. So you heal 4 boxes. Now, I will also allow this
No.
if you want.
No.
Oh.
It would be he would heal the force 5.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Heal force
Yeah,
5.
the-
However, just as a flavor, I'm gonna let you, if you want, you can pile some of that to counteract the. How far down into overflow were you, Steve? You were 3
3
in.
boxes.
So if you want to eat 3 of those successes to counteract complications from his overflow, this is a home rule. I'm not really following. I just think it'd be kind of cool. You can counteract some of those, maybe not all, but a lot of those complications if you drop your 3 dice in 3 of those 4 successes into his overflow boxes. He would only gain another 1 though. If that makes any sense.
Not really. Sorry.
No, but I'll do it anyways.
All right, so you
I think it's simple at this point.
All right. So you heal him, and he is able to walk. He is able to move around. He is badly injured still. There may still be
I would say
complications.
he's had some negatives.
Yeah.
Can I just ask one question there?
Yep.
What do I have to roll to determine whether my flask is still intact?
Edge. It's your luck rating, basically. 1 dice. Now.
It's leaked out and it's full of garbage water.
Yep. There's a leech in it.
Oh,
All right.
Just
Meanwhile,
Drinking all the booze.
Kiamar.
Yep.
It's just some glass. Smash. Yeah?
I don't know.
How do you want to
I'm
get
just
this
gonna
thing?
I mean,
Your
I
objective
would
is
see
in
any
there.
astral thing. I can see my companion say, do you see anything like magical barrier?
You take a close look,
and
and
if not,
no,
okay, I'll use my katana to not just smash, but just
slice.
like slice.
All right. So you slice it away, no problem. It's part of the wood underneath, actually. You avoid the glass, and you cut that, and then pry it back. You reach your hand up, grab this old, worn leather notebook, and pull it back. And it's really soft to the touch, like soft, supple leather, even after all this time. You've got it in your possession. You've got the codebook that was asked for. All right. Gentlemen, ready to go? You go limping back up. Kiamar,
Thank you so much.
or are you gonna take? Yeah,
Pat him
Kiamar,
up.
you point out the problem with the stairs that you spotted on the way down. Are you going to take the elevator, or are you going to take the stairs?
One of the landings is gone.
I'm gonna have to take the elevator.
We're gonna have to
Yeah.
take the elevator back.
All right, Kat. While all this was going down, you were doing the rear guard.
I was searching the 7th floor
For?
museum for anything valuable.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll handle that in post. But essentially, you find several different. There is something there that you do also spot.
Yeah, I do wonder how much of the other stuff got looted too, because there was a ton of stuff in that private one, obviously.
Yeah, you see now. It's been raided and sold because this is all public area at one point or another. So
Yeah.
it's been largely emptied out. However, you do manage to spot something. There's this beautiful red, raised up on a platform car, sleek, smooth lines. This old Ferrari. Think Ferris Bueller. Raised up on a platform.
How the fuck we gonna get that out of here?
I mean, it might
Yeah.
fit in the elevator. It is
I
a
would
big
love
elevator.
to have that.
It could be worth a pretty penny.
Okay.
That puts my Toyota to shame.
One thing to also take into consideration: we still have to get it back to Seattle. Not to mention just getting it out of the silo back to Seattle. And I don't know about you, but those things don't normally traverse wilderness very well.
I would like to
You-
ask if
you-
anybody went down to the vault and got stuff, because it sounds like Kiamar just took the book. I mean,
would
I
take a
didn't take
quick
it.
look. I got a painting, but like I wouldn't like, I think we would get our stuff.
In the passing,
go.
you're just kind of casting your eyes over things, and you get a glimpse of a few things that just seem very opulent, some very simple, some very, very old. Certainly a lot of wartime relics that are still in here. And at one point, Kiamar, you're going past something, and you just get on the Astral, both of you, because you're both magical, you get this sense of, like, almost nauseatingly deep evil.
Evil.
Emanating from this this pistol it's in a simple holster. It's on a platform. And you're just like, oh, what the hell is that? And it's
Classic.
hard even
Classic.
if you
Is it by any chance a Walter P38?
I've heard this one before.
It's essentially this. If you know your guns, which I don't know if Kiamar does. Do
No.
you know your guns, Eidolon?
No, I don't. I actually took the incompetent firearms quality. So
you don't know what this thing is. It's this weird looking pistol. It's not a pistol that. It's not the kinds of pistol you would recognize at a glance, and that's unless you know firearms of some kind.
Do they show it to me?
You're not
I
down
have
there.
gunnery.
Yeah. Kat, you do
Yeah, the question is
notice
if we even
a
take
few
it,
beautiful old
right?
rifles. On the 7th floor, you do see a few like relics and machine guns and stuff. They're ancient, but they would probably be worth something to a collector.
I mean, something like that evil, I'd probably take to get identified, and
Okay.
be half of mine to throw into the water to get destroyed. But
All right, you
anyways.
reach out to take this thing, and I'm gonna need you to do a willpower plus magic.
Who's sharing their screen? What?
Yeah.
Okay, better.
And
Can
Willpower-
I do anything about that?
Either
Is there a thing I
composure,
can do to assist?
composure, or willpower plus magic. They may be the same thing.
Yeah, I'll roll. I'm also going to use my last edge, so
Okay.
that's
Is it before a roll is made? Is it possible to do anything to spiritually bolster GMR?
Sure, I would let you effectively, this is stretching the rules a bit, but I'd let you throw your counterspelling rating at this.
Okay, yeah, I didn't buy counterspelling. I
Then,
considered it, but I decided not to. I was really stretching my skills to the limit.
That is not a stellar roll. 1,
What?
2,
Not?
3,
Six.
4, 5, 6. Oh, 6 hits, and one of those is
That's
explodes.
a really good roll.
6 hits out of 13. Okay. No ones at all. Okay, roll one more dice. Yeah, that's over half, or approaching half. Got one more in you? And it's a 6. Roll it again.
Rolled again. Exploding.
Explode. Okay, that one was the end. So 7 hits in all. Oh, that's really quite good. You touch this thing, and like, you don't get any sense at all based on what it's in. It's in this plain leather holster on a belt, and you grab it, and you pop the thing, and you go to touch it, and you grab the handle of this thing, and just your mind is thrown back in time momentarily, and you just see a man, boom, blown away, a woman, blown away, and then these clouds just rush around you. These storm clouds with arcing fire and blasts and explosions. You hear this rattle, rattle, rattle. Your lungs fill with this just terrible sensation. You do not vomit. You do not lose yourself. But the sense of just gravitas around this item was pretty shocking. And you kind of come back to you're on your knees holding this thing. It's not in your hand. It's only halfway out of the holster, and you can just kind of nudge it back in without actually making contact with it. Click it. Do you want to keep it or leave it here?
I'm gonna take it with me.
Okay.
But
as long as it's in the
partly
holster.
As long as it's the holster, but I want to get it. I don't want other people to touch it, but I want to maybe get a sense of what I'm dealing with here.
Absolutely. All right.
Because right now, other looters could probably just get it.
Absolutely. Yeah. Now that the thing has been opened, so you're gonna keep it. You bring it up. You get a chance to look at that later. Meanwhile, flashing forward a little bit, His Excellency manages to hobble over to the elevator. Everyone assisted by Arsenio. Cat, you kind of join them there. And Kiamar and Blitzed rejoin you in the elevator, and Astrally, Eidolon. And at this point, you guys all pile back in, and you hear something from above. A rattle
do
and
all
a
of
shake.
us?
Yeah.
Oh, rattle and a shake. This is an elevator, right?
Yeah. Nothing.
I do want to quickly share to anyone who's astrally perceiving. I don't bother manifesting for this. Mention the door. I don't know what that really means, but that seems weird. So I mention it to anyone who seems studious enough to care. I don't know if anybody is studious enough to care in this group, honestly.
Well, His Excellency would.
Cat. Okay, great, because you're probably the person I'm going to most talk to, because you're dual-natured anyway.
Yeah, keep going.
So it's good to see you're back on your feet. The vault back there. Something weird about it. It's mana barrier, but made way before it should have been. If you can make sense of that, great. And then we heard hearing the the shifting and the weird. I'm like, well, I'll take a look at that just in case that's not normal, and I'll head up to see if there's anything.
Blitzed, you're still tied into some of the feed, right?
Yeah.
On a couple of the cameras, a large shape goes across one of the camera feeds and just blocks it out for a moment, and then is gone.
What floor?
Yeah, what
First.
floor was that on?
Main floor.
Ooh, sharing that I'm sharing that overcomes. Hey, we got something on the first floor.
And then another one.
And another one.
Flip through the feeds until you get a slight look at it. It's not a steel lynx, but that's the closest thing that it resembles. It is an early days mechanoid mechanical security response bot. We're going to call it a T9. Just so you get that visual in your head.
Nice.
Okay.
I like the idea that Eidolon goes up and just is like, nothing up here. Like, it just
Yeah, exactly.
doesn't register
Just
at all.
nothing. You're just like,
yeah, we're fine.
Yep, good to
We're
go.
all good.
Because you can mostly only perceive. Yep.
Yeah. It's
Dude,
like,
so
I was
I'll
expecting a
pipe
spirit
up
or something, but nah.
yeah. I'll pipe up
You're
and-
still on the bottom floor, and you can all see this, and it's shared. Cat,
Yeah.
I want you to do a... Do you have an armory skill? Armorer?
Yep, I do.
Okay, go ahead and roll that. That'll be the lowest threshold. Or perhaps gunnery would also work. Anybody who has gunnery.
I'll
Dude.
do my gunnery. That's higher.
Okay. His Excellency, what do you want?
Did
Horses.
someone find the ancient code book?
Yes.
Did we look inside that weird crazy door over there?
You're pointing at the safe that you just came out of? Yeah.
No,
They did that.
the door that he told me about.
Yeah, so that's the same spot. But opposite that, in the more industrial sections, you see another door leading in the opposite direction. And you can actually see, it's kind of like a T. So in front of you was the more kind of opulent area, and that's where the fancy safe door was. And then there's a long, almost very industrial kind of concrete square tunnels with doors blocking them, but the doors look newer than the rest of the tunnels. And they're
Did
going
we look-
to
I'll just say
east
to
and west.
everyone else, did we look through that special door?
So there
Might
do
be
appear
fan-
to
I
be
mean-
other ways, that left and right, and then the safe you just came out of and all that pool and stuff was straight ahead. And the stairs are kind of behind you.
In
Or off
my
the map.
semi-delirious, feel like I got hit on the head voice, I'll say,
You
some
can
rich
see
people
his
used to live
skull
here.
from a flap on his skin.
Some rich people used to live here. There might be rich people stuff in somewhere. Rich people stuff.
He smiles, he's missing
we
a
get
tooth.
Yeah.
I gotta get going real soon. Sorry.
Yeah, alright.
Yeah, same here, man.
Me too.
So you guys managed to loot a little bit, but there's definitely, if you go up, that droid thing is going to be in the way. Kat, how'd you do on your armory or gunnery?
4 successes.
You're at the bottom of a massive missile silo. When missiles go off, they have exhaust. That exhaust has to go somewhere, or it'll destroy everyone in the missile silo. Underneath these things, they used to build exhaust channels.
It's a smaller exhaust port, just above the main port.
It's possible that the left and right could lead to exits.
To do that again, he cut out. For me, it's just me.
No, I
Cat's
got that
busy
right.
staring off into space. The rest of you are like, so, we gotta take down 2 giant droids.
Yeah.
Let's
Anybody else, no gunnery?
Nope.
I
Oh,
got
so
just
gunnery.
for gunnery.
Oh, Cat's back. What'd you say?
Yeah, can you do that again? Yeah. He cut out for us.
the tunnel.
Oh, okay, Cat's pointing and walking off into one of those directions. You go that way. The door is incredibly heavy and seems to be mechanically bolted.
He's just got his pan set to like subvocal, but he doesn't realize it's unplugged. So he just starts talking and walking towards the door and like waving his hands. Come on!
Exactly. There's no feed down here. The background starts motioning and doing hand signals. All right, there's a massive door in your way, though. What are you gonna do about that?
I'm gonna shift my. Oh wait a minute, my.
Do we want to
Because-
do this? It's like already late.
Yeah,
for
it's
a lot of
almost.
us.
It's
Yeah,
Yeah,
man,
sure,
man.
guys.
All right,
We
so
get through the door.
you
I'm
get
trying
through
to
the
Leave
door.
it at the door.
All right, in classic ending a single shot Shadowrun style, Coot and I, or Cat, weapons specialist carries a bunch of high explosive grenades, digs it out, plants them. Everybody else takes cover. Kaboom! Door is gone. You guys go hiking out. You are way off course from your exit. It takes you a long time to hike your broken selves over to your exfil site. But after a while, you get there, and there is a really pissed off pilot, like inside, projecting the AR logo of an over cartoonized pilot standing there tapping his foot at the edge of the entrance, and he's just like, I was gonna leave your ass. All right, welcome aboard Bucket Airlines. Strap in and I'll turn you to goo. Let's go. You guys pile in, and anybody who's got some damage, anything over 2 points of damage, you black out from the G-forces. His Majesty, you slip another disc.
Oh, God.
See you back in Seattle, everyone.
Later.
And the astral form of Eidolon just disappears. Everyone else is like, we'll just take the flight. Oh, God! And you're just off into space. And last thing, please roll a composure check. We started with this. We're going to end with this.
Cool.
-2, of course.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have one.
Gold.
Oh, sure.
I'm herfing.
3 hits.
All right,
Let's
3,
compose.
you managed to keep your lunch down. So, Arsenio, you are feeling awful, but you do manage to pull it off. Blitz? You are throwing up. You got two hits. Okay. How'd you do there, Kootenai? You got 4 successes. You're just riding that wave. It's not comfy, but it's good. Kootenai. I take it all back. You got a 1. Okay. So you're chucking, and you're filling
Willpower, by the way.
your drawers. It's just a mess from both ends. It's just awful with 1 or less hits. Anybody who got a 3, I think that's it. Arsenio, how'd you do? Oh no, Arsenio's good.
It's charisma
Kiamar?
willpower is what you're looking for.
Yeah.
This willpower? Okay, thanks.
And I'm curious,
No,
His Excellency, how'd you do?
Well, I'm assuming I'm sitting across from who else vomited?
That'll
Pretty
be
sure that did. He
Kootenai
vomited.
or Cat.
I vomited. It's like in those anime cartoons, the 2 streams hit each other. And then
I'm a she.
Uh,
Cat's lady.
nice. And you
I'm a
find
she,
you
yes.
absolutely. And with that,
Ugh.
And with that,
and with that,
And with
you
that,
make your way back
that-
to Seattle, and our game ends. We'll go into some of the stuff that we managed to loot. Super fast version. After the fencing fees and the discounts and everything, you get your 35 for the objective. If you want to pass in this code book, you manage to find enough to fence another 50,000 each worth of coin. So
Each.
that's a pretty good payday each after heavy.
85?
Yeah. So 85.
55,000 each.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So total of 85,000 each. In now it's old and it's hard to move, so it takes a little while to get it, but that's going to be your final cut of these. Some of these items are crazy expensive. Kiamar, out of curiosity, do you investigate or just sell that thing or what?
Investigate.
Okay. We're going to deal with that another time as you're just kind of looking at this old pistol. And even just holding it in its sheath, you can hear that echo.
I consider it a cursed
Yeah.
item. Like
Yeah.
from my days in
D&D. Yeah.
Yeah, Marquette. Like I consider it a cursed item and dangerous to just sell off.
Absolutely.
Eidolon also has taken a vested interest in it. They probably tried to memorize the aura of it and stuff. I'm sure it has a
You guys
potent
can
aura
have
that I
your
could
conferences.
memorize the signature of, and I would assist anytime. Like if Kiamar is okay with it, like being a contact, I would do some also investigation.
And
Yeah.
you pass in the
help
book.
identify.
Sorry, what was? Oh, cat's cut out again.
Yeah.
And so you pass over the book. Look at the book. All right, you got to bounce.
Piecing it.
Yeah, I gotta go too.
Oh.
Cool.
So,
Good night, everyone.
there's a few days between the meet. You can
much
investigate
karma?
and stuff.
Yeah, just give us some karma.
Sure. You need your
Give us
karma.
some karma and shut
You
up.
survived. Shut up and give me your karma. All right. So for surviving, you get 3.
Okay.
For successfully completing the objective, that's 3 more. That's up to 6. That was fun. So each of you definitely had your moments. So you're gonna get an extra 2 of being either useful, funny, good RP, or cratering your way through the bottom of an entire complex against all odds, burning edge to smash your way into the bottom. So let's round on that up, and you managed to save your partner, Eidolon. That was amazing. You doing I know it was kind of wishy-washy with the rules, but I love the fact you're like forced everything to bring him to the surface. That
You
was lots
hit
of fun.
me as if I did a Force 10 and had to take Drain from a Force 10 spell.
Yep. And by the way, some of this karma, you might want to learn how to do magic fingers and or levitate. Just saying.
I mean, they don't affect the physical. Like, yeah, through an
They
astral,
do.
sure, but
They
anyway.
do against a dual natured beings. So you could
That's so
levitate
specific.
those guys. Anyway, so let's round up and call that. That was fun. Let's give it a good. Let's give it 12 karma. I know that's big for a single run, but I had a fun time. Damn it.
Cool. You said round up. I thought you were gonna say 20, and I'm like,
No.
All right, cool. 12.
No, we're rounding up to 12. 12 karma total, and that was lots of fun.
Right. Cool.
All right, I do want an episode name for those who can stick around. If you got to bounce, I fully get that. That's totally fine.
Oh, I put it in the chat. It's there.
Royally excellent cannonball.
Royally Excellent Cannonball. That is a good name. I like that. All right, and thanks very much to everybody who dropped by for the first time. Hope you can stick around and join us again sometime. We play every week or so. Shadowrun every other week. And yeah, we're SideQuest Live and Royally Excellent Cannonball. I think it's got to be all caps Cannonball though. Like, Cannonball into the cement floor. All right.
All right, guys. I'm out. I gotta get going.
Absolutely. Cool. My thing doesn't
Thank
want
you,
to.
Todd. Appreciate you running it.
Thanks very much. For some reason, it's kind of jamming up on me. It's all messed up. So we're just gonna say goodnight. And I'm hoping I can turn this thing off. Good night, everybody. Thanks for joining.
Good night.
Do you need to keep out hellhounds, cockroaches, man-bear pigs? Need to stay safe from burglars, thieves, or cyberpunks? Come down to Doors R Us, the Apocalypse Division, and get your 100% Sasquatch-proof, Duratanium-lined, mag-locked, and forced super security door. Doors R Us for maximum safety.
That was sweet. All right, thanks, dude. And thanks very much for joining us. We'll be back in about 2 weeks, and we got D&D next week with Darcy. Cheers, everybody, and have a great night.
Good.
See ya.
Bye-bye.
Y'all have a good night. Catch y'all later on.
Thanks, guys. Have a good one.